Dia namanya hadis kuat kadang-kadang. Making hari ini, ini hari ini, මේක හරි. ඊට පස්සේ තරංග අයියනේ මේකට කරන්නේ. 3 එකනේ. 3 එක. මේක අපි දාමු. බයොලොජි එක තරංග. දෙක සමීරනේ. මෙයාමල්ලි එකනේ මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකනේ. ඒක මේ එක දෙලින් කරන්නේ. මේකද? කොතනින්ද කරන්නේ? දැන් කරන්නේ. නේ මම අතනින් මෙතන තමයි අරුණ කියන්නේ. බයොලොජි එක තරංග.
දානනම් තියෙන්නේ දැන් අපිට ඒක තමයි දාන දෙන්නේ.
බලමු ඉතින් ඒක මම කතා කරා. මේකේ මේ ඉන්නේ මින්දින තුනේ ඉන්නේ මින්දින.
එහෙනම් ගැටලුව.
ඔයන් ඔව් මම අන්දාර කරනවා ඒක මේ මෙතන එක වෙන්න කලින් ඉවර කරලා දෙනවා. මොකද අපි මේක යනවනේ.
අර උදේවරුව කියනකොට නම් ඔව් ඒකයි මම.
ඒකේ මමත් ඉන්න.
මම හදපු පාඩ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් පටන් මම පොඩ්ඩක් අහලා බලන්න අර වීඩියෝස් ටික ප්ලේ කරන්න ඕන කියලා තිබ්බා කලින්ම ඒ ටික රෙඩි කරලා ගන්නත් ඕනේ. පොඩි වීඩියෝ ක්ලිප් වගේක් තුනක් තියෙනවා.
මේකේ මේ
ඔව් අනිත් එක අර ඊයේ මැඩම් මට දාලා තිබ්බා අර මේ ෂෙයා පර්සන් ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරන එක. ඒකේ වීඩියෝ එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒකත් ප්ලේ කරලා එහෙම දාන්න. ඔව් ඔව්. ඔව් ඔව්. ඔව් ඒක හරි. ඔන්න ඕක කරන්න අනිත්
හරිද කරනවා
ඔව් උතර දින් 9:45
ඔව් 9 මාරට අපි වෙන කරන්නේ නැති 9 මාරට කරලා අර වීඩියෝ එක
මේකේ මේ වැඩේ තියෙන්නේ මේකේ නාම විතර මම දැන් දාපු
නෑ මේ මෙතනට යන්න බෑ ලයිව් එක යනවා නම් මෙතන කෙරවලට යන්න
නෑ හරි ඔව් ඒක හරි මෙන්න මේක ඒත්
YouTube කරන්න ඒක ටැබ්ලට් එක කොපි කරනවා ලින්ක් එක දාගන්න හොඳයි කියලා අපෝ දෙන්න
දැන් මම මේක
ඔකනේ ෂෙයා කරන්න දැන් ඔය
ඔව් ඉන්නේ ෂෙයා කරන්න
ඒක YouTube එකේ ඇතුලේ YouTube එක දෙන්න ඔක ස්ටොප් කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ YouTube එක ක්ලෝස් කරන්න
දැන් හරිනේ එතන මේලින් එක අපි ෆෝන් එකකින් බලමු මේක බලන්න පුළුවන්
මේකෙන් දාන්න පුළුවන්
පුළුවන්
මේක හදාගත්තා ඉතින්
බලන්න
ලින්ක් එක ගන්න ඉතින් මේල් එකට ලොග් වෙන්න ඕන අර අපි අලුත් ක්‍රමයක් හොයාගත්තා
කොහොමද ෆින්ගර්ප්‍රින්ට් එක හරි ගියා
අර රිසෙට් කන්ට්‍රෝල් කියලා එකක් එනවනේ. ඒක මම බැලුවේ
කවුන්ට් කරා. ඒකට මෙහෙම කළා අර බටන් එක ලොකු කරලා විතර ගන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද කැකිලි දෙන්න. ඩබල් ක්ලික් කරලා එහෙම කරනවා ඒකෙන් දෙකම කරනවා. YouTube එකේ මොකක්ද කියන්නේ කොහොමද? ඉස්සේ කොහොමද මොකක්? මම ටයිප් කරලා යන්න මට ඊමේල් එක පොඩ්ඩක් යන්න. ආපහු හන දිග. නෑ අරකේ සම්මේන එකක් කියේ ඉන්ටෙලිජන්ස් දිනවා නැත්නම් මේ එකක් මොනවාරි කමන්නේ. ඉබේද තිබුත් මේ පොඩි බේස් එක රීස්ටාර්ට් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ පහරට මේ කොන්ටෙන්ට් කපුට ඒවනේ ඒක තමයි නැති කරගන්නේ. ඔබේ ඇත්තේ මොකද්ද ඔයා ඩේ 2 නේද? ඔය ඒගිය ඉතින් කරගන්න නම් ඕක තමයි ඉතින් කරන්න බැරි. නැත්නම් කරගන්න.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So first, shall we start?
Professor V. Sivalokadasan will be chairing this session. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. He is the founder Dean of this faculty. He is a professor in management and he obtained his PhD from Zhejiang University, China. He has won several awards and scholarships for his undergraduate as well as postgraduate studies. And in 2019, he won the award for the Best Professor in Management Studies, awarded by the World Education Congress. Professor Sivalokadasan has also authored many articles, books, and book chapters in the areas of innovation and management, human resource management, strategic management, organizational behavior, as well as entrepreneurship. Professor Sivalokadasan, it's over to you to continue with the research sessions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Suji. Kind introduction. So I'm audible to everybody. It's clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So shall we start with the the session one, the second day of the theme on management. So the very good morning, everybody, and also and very good morning of the organizers and all teams. We successfully will started our hours yesterday and very nice, and also today we're continuing with the theme, different theme. And this session is on focus of the management. There are 14 papers. There are researchers going to present here. They are finding. So the first of all, we will start with the item number 1 and the influence of the organizational culture on motivation of non-managerial employees with the reference to company and WLP Madhusani. And the cost will launch this video. Thank you. Good morning. Shall we play the ID1 recorded presentations? Mr. Jivi? Professor Jivi? Asari, could you please check with this cost?
Sure, sir, I will call. So I informed that, sir.
Okay.
Madam will do something. Okay. We will wait.
Yeah, the presenters, we will wait. There are small technical fault. And so we have the 14 papers, very interesting. And one is then the organization culture, work-life balance, and then pay satisfactions on employee performance, and the changing in the work environment on employee engagement, and also the feeling the financial guilt, that is exploring the factor that influence the financial guilt during the pandemic. And also there's after break we have knowledge and practice issues in solid waste management, and also the employee retention strategies, and the factor influencing customer satisfactions, and emotional intelligence as a moderator on the stress performance relationships, and also the next of relationship among the emotional intelligence, and also work from home, the employee productivities, and the digital transformations in the learning in the COVID pandemic, and also influence of word of the mouth marketing on the student intention towards the selection of management degrees, and also accountants impact of accountant on the role of sustainability in the business. So these are some of the area we will going to discuss, and the researchers will presenting their finding. Yeah, we are waiting for the host to play the recorded presentations. Thank you.
Professor Siva,
Yeah.
I'm Mayanti here. There seem to be some technical error from that side, so I can share them from my end. Shall I do that?
Yeah, why not? Yes.
Okay, I'll start. So ID number 1 then.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we make the introduction and.
Yeah, ID number 1. Even the
Introduction was
introduction,
already
there's
given,
no
Mayanti.
sound also. There's no problem. We start with ID because the time is always 10 minutes. Yes. So we'll start. Mayanti, please go ahead. Yeah, just open it. Please. Mahendra, you share the two folders. Please open the file.
So you can't hear, is it?
No, it's not open. File not open.
Okay, hold on a second. So once I play it, if it's playing, can you let me know?
Yeah. Just you share the folder one. So you open the file. Yes.
This is all you can see, right?
No, I can see all 5 folders.
How about now, sir? Can you see now?
No.
Still no?
I'm from
No.
Department of Business Admin.
I think you can. You have to open. Stop sharing again and then open the file and share. Hello. Yeah, Miss Mahendra, please stop the chat and I can open the file and the share because this only should show in the sharing, so showing only your folder.
So I have shared it, can't see it.
No, we cannot see. We cannot see. Just shared. We can see your folders.
Only.
Yeah, but we have to open the file. I can see the 5 folders, 5 files in your folder. So what we can you stop then, stop sharing and go back and again open the one and then share.
Where is your share button? Okay, now can you see, sir?
Now, yeah, we can see the sound. Please check
Have
it.
a good day to you
Okay.
all. I'm WLB Madhushani. My ID number is number
Please
1.
English volume, please.
Department of Business Administration, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Today I'm going to share with you my research finding on influence and motivation of non-managerial employees with special reference to Ranpa Footwear Manufacturing Company. So, as you all know, the success of the organization highly depends on the commitment of the employees. Therefore, motivated employees contribute to achieve a higher level of performance in the organization. In order to motivate employees, there should be a good culture within the organization. So, this organizational culture is characterized by the degree to which the underlying values and beliefs are shared by all the employees within the organization. On the other hand, The motivational factors such as achievement, recognition, work itself, responsibility, and advancement, etc., make workers work harder, and those factors are associated with job context or what people do in their work. Therefore, various motivational systems and frameworks depend on the culture of such organization. When it comes to my problem statement, in Ranpa, there are more than 200 employees at Hadawata factory. There is a manual manufacturing process. Since their employees are valuable resource for the factory, their contribution is highly considered. Therefore, this study was investigated how the cultural factors, mainly leadership practice, communication and coordination, equality, impact on employee motivation at Ranpa Footwear Manufacturing Private Limited. So when it comes to leadership, the current leadership has been changed recently. Therefore, I investigated how this new leadership influence on motivation of non-managerial employees. Second one is communication and coordination. Since there is a process where all the tasks are interrelated at Ranpa factory, the clear and accurate communication and coordination process is very crucial. Therefore, I investigated how Ranpa factory is handling their communication and coordination process in order to continue their manufacturing process by motivating their employees. Then equality. At the Ranpa factory, there are more women than men, as well as there are workers who are from different religion, ethnic groups. Therefore, via this study, it was investigated that whether they were treating employees equally and how it affected to the employee motivation. Based on that, I built up two research objectives. First one is to identify the characteristics of existing culture of Ranpa, and second one is to identify the influence of these cultural elements on motivation of non-managerial employees at Ranpa. Now I come to my methodology part. So the type of the study was the descriptive study, and research approach was the inductive. And when it comes to the research choice, I mainly focused on the qualitative approach because this research had concerned on cultural aspects and the motivation factors of the employees. And the case study strategy had been selected as my research strategy. By using the case study strategy, the research issue could be studied in detail and in flexible manners. The research setting was non-contrived setting, and the time of study was cross-section study, and the unit of analysis was non-managerial workers, that means bottom-level workers at Ranpa. When it comes to the population, there are more than 200 non-managerial workers at Ranpa. All the non-managerial workers are considered as my population, and among them, I selected 8 non-managerial workers as my sample. When it comes to the sampling technique, I used non-probability sampling, and under the non-probability sampling, I used judgment sampling. And when it comes to the data generation and collection method, the study was planned to collect data through interviews. Therefore, in order to gather in-depth information from participants, interview should be conducted among different individuals and groups in the organization. Now I move on to my data presentation and analysis. So this is the way I plan my field work. First, I got permission from the human resource manager at Ranpa. And based on my interview question, I conducted my interview in 4 days. So as you can see on the slide, this is the type of the interview questions and the purposes of interview questions. And this is my fieldwork experience. Actually, I could build up a good, friendly relationship with all the staff members at Ranpa. and I could gather so many knowledge from them. So based on my gathered data, I could analysis my data, and based on thematic analysis, I could identify three main themes as you can see on the slide. Okay, now I move on to my visas and discussion session. So based on my analysis, data analysis, first theme I could identify is the leadership playing an important role in motivating employees at RANPA. So when it comes to RANPA, their leadership has been changed. The current leader, MD, is son of previous MD. When I'm asking about my participants about the current leader or the new leader, they all explain about him. He was a very good, smart person, and he talked to all the subordinates in friendly manner. And also when I'm asking about other leaders such as executives, trainees, supervisors, so likewise, all the participants told that these leaders are very friendly, very supportive, and inspire their subordinates, consider on the career growth of their subordinates, and participate them for their decision making. So when it comes to my problem statement, in RANPA, there are more than 200. Based on that, when combining these respondents with the literature, according to the BAS, it could argue that there was a transformational leadership within RANPA instead of transactional leadership. It created a very supportive, friendly, and calm working environment that the employees could work without tension, stress, and pressure from their supervisors. On the other hand, according to Root, RANPA exercised democratic leadership, where employees' decisions were taken into consideration and added some value to that. Therefore, finally, it could be found that the employees were satisfied and motivated because of the leadership of RANPA. Then my second theme was, is there a proper communication and coordination process within RANPA which influence on employees? As I mentioned earlier, there is a linear process where all the activities are interconnected. So one of the respondents who gave me a response about the communication and coordination process, as you can on the slide. So according to this response, it was proved that all the information that they needed were received on time from their monitors, and the role of their jobs were clear. On the other hand, if the employees had some personal problems, they could discuss with the management panel of the factory, and they were providing mentoring facility to their employees to solve their personal problems as well. They had access to the top management to discuss any problem. Therefore, since the participants provided positive response regarding the communication process, it could be concluded that there was a good upward and downward communication between employees and the management of RANPA. And also, when combining with the literature, it could be argued that the employees of RANPA were motivated through its communication and coordination process within the factory. Now I move on to the last dimension, which is watching whether employees at RANPA are treated equally, which make them motivated. There were people who were different from religion, race, gender, age, etc. As well as there were more women employees than men employees working at the RANPA factory. So this is the response one of the participants gave to me. So according to this response, all the employees of RANPA were treated equally and no discrimination could be seen when they were given benefits. But there was an issue in recruiting employees to the factory. They gave priority for Sinhala Buddhists when recruiting employees. And also, they never recruited Muslim people, even though when seeing inside of the company, they were treated all the existing employees equally. But when considering out of the company, the world could see that the company was exercising discrimination because of the restriction policy of recruiting Muslim peoples. So, when considering gender equality, Ranpa did not discriminate women from men. Both of them were treated in the same way. Therefore, Ranpa could get the best from both of them, which was also proved by the statement of Wilson. In order to get the best out of them, organizations need to reward women in the same way as they reward men. The restriction of recruiting the Muslim people was the only discrimination that could be seen in Ranpa factory. But it did not affect to the motivation level of existing employees because they were treated equally. Therefore, it could be concluded that the existing employees were motivated and satisfied since there was a fair and equal system of treating employees within the factory. So this is the conclusion part. Based on the responses of the participants, finally, I can conclude that these three cultural elements such as leadership, communication, and coordination process, it could conclude that culture of Ranpa as a whole had a great influence on deciding the motivation of its employees. And most of the time, the culture had a positive influence on the employees, which lead them to be motivated. So these are the my recommendations. And this is the references that I used for my research. And these are appendix. So thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, Madhusani. Then nice presentations and on the organization culture and motivation of employees. Yeah, is around 15 minutes presentation. Yeah, any questions from is open to go. Any question relating with this organization culture and the motivations? Okay. Malshani, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, just for small clarifications. Yeah, you say the population to 100 and you select 8, sample is 8. So how did you select the selection process and why you select the 8? One questions. And the second, there are an organization culture that there are a lot of dimensions. There are different type dimensions that depend on the organization. But you selected 3: leadership, communication, and the equality. No? So
Yes, sir.
in what basis you selecting these dimensions? That's a two. Yeah.
The leadership, sir, because their current leadership has been changed recently. So that's why I selected this, because leadership is a key to motivate employees. So that's why I highly focus on the leadership, because how the employees are treated from the past leader and the present leader, the difference. So the second dimension, communication and the coordination process, since there are the process, so all the tasks are interrelated. So communication is very crucial tool to every employees, not only the employees but also all the managers in the organization. So it should be very clear and accurate in order to motivate employees. And also then equality. So there are more women than men. There are workers in the factory who are from different religion, different age, likewise. So that's why I select equality, because it's also the discrimination is a very crucial problem in the today current society. So I select that to identify how this affect to the employee motivation.
Thank you. What about the sample? Why you select 8 and how do you select? Yeah, I don't know. When you
Yeah,
study,
yes, in order to get to conduct in-depth interview, so since the limited time, and they didn't give me permission to conduct the interview process for a long period of time, and in order to take in-depth interview, so I select only 8 from different areas in factory.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion from the forum? Okay, we'll move to the next. Thank you and all the best, Madhuswami.
Thank you, sir.
Very good presentation and very good studies, and congratulations for that, and all the best for the future research and your work.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
So we moved to the second paper, ID number 11, the determination of work-life balance among the banking professional and inquiry into the private bank, Sri Lanka. Yeah, post over to you.
Good day to all of you. My name is H.G. Garushi Upeksha, and this presentation is on determinants of work-life balance, a case study conducted on banking employees in a leading private commercial bank in Sri Lanka. In the finance and banking sector of Sri Lanka, there are 25 licensed commercial banks, 6 licensed specialized banks, and 46 licensed finance companies. Particularly, the bank concerned is a top commercial bank in the island, which was established many years ago. It is one of the top 4 private commercial banks in Sri Lanka, with an enormous asset base exceeding 500 billion in Sri Lankan rupees, and the total permanent employee cadre is approximately 2,000. In addition, it has a network of over 100 branches around the island, and the main focus of the bank is to provide unparalleled services to their valuable customers and digitalizing their products and services for overall better customer experience. Research problem. The banking sector is the backbone of Sri Lankan economy and an essential service in the country. However, the experiences of employees working in banks are under-researched, even though they take up to a considerable number in the labor market. Therefore, I decided to explore the determinants of work-life balance of employees in this particular private bank, which I have named as XYZ Bank. Objectives of the study: to understand the concept of work-life balance in the context of banking industry, to explore the determinants of work-life balance of employees in the bank, and to identify the strategies in relation to work-life balance of employees in the bank. Research questions. Question number 1. How do employees of the bank talk about and experience their personal lives? Question number 2. How do employees of the bank talk about and experience their professional roles? Question number 3. How do employees of the bank manage their personal and professional roles? Literature review. This chapter of the research provides an in-depth understanding of work-life balance related literature and research findings of other authors. Main research areas are work-life balance, work-family conflicts, career women, dual career couples, as well as tensions of balancing work and life. Also, it includes many definitions, models such as models of work-life balance and work-life pyramid of women. Research methodology. This chapter explains how the study was developed using the Saunders Research Onion model. This is a case study research which applied a qualitative research approach. The key areas explored are the experiences, perceptions, and feelings of banking employees who struggle in striking a work-life balance in today's banking world. Also, this research has used thematic analysis, and it's an inductive research which was built based on data. In conducting the thematic analysis, I used the most common 6-step method. Data collection method used was interviews. I used semi-structured and open-ended questions to gather primary data from the bank employees. Used purposive sampling method, and the sample size was limited to 10 employees consisting of both females and males. Next step was analyzing the findings, generating codes, and finally the codes were expanded to themes. As per findings, main 3 codes and themes were developed. Under the code self-capacity, self-management factors, 4 main themes were generated. They are ability to prioritize tasks, level of commitment to work, preference to delegate work, and relationship management skills. Next code is family factors. Themes relating to this code are support from spouse, spouse's job and profession, extended family support, communication with family. Final code is work factors, and the themes emerged are support from immediate superior, support from colleagues, job role and position, ability to delegate work. As per findings, majority of employees were already prioritizing tasks based on urgency and importance, as they stated it's highly important in managing time. It was noted that some give priority to work or personal life related tasks based on their importance and urgency, and some give priority to work during office hours, and beyond that, the priority goes to personal life. However, there was a small percentage that give priority to their personal life over work. In terms of level of commitment to work, some employees said that they stay back after working hours to complete their work, and they explained how it's negatively impacting their work-life balance. This happens mainly to meet deadlines and to achieve set business targets by the management. Employees were positive about being committed to their work, as they know how critical and important it is to manage work and personal life without conflicts. In preference to delegate work, some employees prefer to delegate unimportant tasks to focus more on important activities. Also, it was highlighted that delegating helps in succession planning of junior employees. When exploring relationship management skills of employees who manage portfolios of high net worth customers, many of them mention that giving 24/7 mobile phone access to customers has taken most of their time, and because of that, it's difficult to spend some quality time with their families. Also, back-to-back customer calls, emails, WhatsApp and Viber communication methods are adding more pressure on them than ever before. Under the theme support from spouses, it was identified that many spouses are employed and most of them are bankers. Further, all employees stated that their spouses are understanding, supportive, cooperative and patient. Also, some employees mentioned that they work together as a team to achieve high level of work-life balance. It was highlighted that 90% of the sample was consisted of dual career couples. Also, 70% of their spouses are bankers and few of them are employed in the same bank. Responses were 100% positive about being understanding and supportive, mainly because they work in the same industry and they have a better understanding of the nature of their work. As many employees are dual career couples, additional support was given by their parents to take care of their children and their education as well as handling daily chores. Those who do not have such a support system mention that husband and wife have to depend on each other in handling all activities. Also, it was highlighted by some employees that they discuss about their office matters with their family members to give an idea about what is going on at office and to avoid last minute confusions. Also, some employees said that they somehow find time during office hours to connect with their partners in order to strengthen their relationships, as they believe having a sound communication can improve harmony and prevent family conflicts by showing that they care for each other. Many employees highlighted that support from immediate supervisor is vital to create an approachable atmosphere and to be engaged. Overall, 50% of the responses were positive about support from immediate superior. In terms of support from colleagues, employees said that they help each other by covering up when they go on leave. There was a quite positive response rate. Job role and position at work matters a lot in managing work-life balance. The expectation of non-managerial staff from their managers are to be supportive, understanding, empathetic, flexible, and lead through examples. Ability to delegate work is the last identified theme. It was noted, due to the nature of certain specialized jobs, their work cannot be delegated to junior staff members. Examples are call center managers and relationship managers. Such situations can increase work-family conflicts due to inflexibility of work schedule and long working hours. That was the summary of my research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Upeksha and Lakmali. Are you there? Please on your video. Yeah, it
Sir,
is.
good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Ishara is here because Upeksha has migrated to another country.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay. It's open to the forum. Any question, the work-life balance for the bank employees? Yeah. Okay, anyway, I have some more questions there, clarification and Shara?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's good to you have the work-life balance with the employees, which is most important, and also your sample said the most of your couple career. So, but my question is, when did you did it? Because the last 2 years COVID, most of us working from home.
Yeah, it's
change. So
yes.
So
it's during the first COVID outbreak.
Yeah, whether it is affect and previous working environment and current working environment. So that is the.
Yes, that's why she has mentioned the Viber and WhatsApp, that those made more problems to their life, because at that time we never expected such a thing, and people are new to that working from home. Actually, it's during the time that before and bit in the this outbreak period of COVID. Sir.
Okay, thank you. Any clarification, any discussion from the forum? Okay, thank you, Ishara and Upeksha.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And we will move to the next paper. It is number 18, impact of pay satisfactions. on employee performance, a study based on the Department of Animal Protection and Health. Ms. Sanjeevani and Jayaveera.
Hello everyone. I am Upeksha Sanjeevani, supervised by Mrs. Jayaveera. The research topic is conducted under the impact of pay satisfaction on employee performance. A study based on the Department of Animal Production and Health, Peradeniya. This is an overview of the presentation. As a background of the study was defined above, dependent and independent variable. Employee performance represented as a dependent variable of the study. Employee performance is the most important concept in human resource management in an organization. It refers to how workers' behavior in a workplace and how they perform or react to their assigned job duties. Armstrong stated that performance is a complicated notion. Pay is one of the vital factors that directly affect employer performance and the achievement of employer productivity and motivation. A preliminary study was conducted among 30 employers to identify the nature of their performance at the Department of Animal Production and Health. A questionnaire including 16 questions about employee performance. It was showed that this organization remained at a low level of employee performance. The mean performance value is 2.06. There are many factors that affect employee performance, such as leadership, coaching, work environment, motivation, pay, rewards, training, job autonomy, etc. Pay is directly influenced on employee performance. Some researchers have found that there is a weak positive relationship between pay satisfaction and employee performance. As well as researchers showed that pay satisfaction is positively and significantly impact on employee performance. Therefore, as a problem statement of this study identified that how pay satisfaction impact on employee performance at the Department of Animal Production and Health. According to Henneman, in 1985, pay satisfaction includes 4 dimensions, such as satisfaction with pay level, pay benefits, pay rises, pay structure and administration. Research objectives are focused to examine the impact of pay satisfaction on employee performance based on these dimensions. Research questions are developed on: does the employee satisfaction with pay level, pay benefits, pay rises, pay structure and administration impact their performance at the Department of Animal Production and Health? Literature review is collected through definitions of various researchers about pay satisfaction and employee performance like these. The conceptual framework is demonstrate theoretical background of this study. Hypotheses were developed to identifying there is significant impact of pay satisfaction on employer performance by using 4 dimensions. The target population of this study is 170 middle-level managerial employers. According to the Morgan table, 118 employers were selected through the method of simple random sampling and response rate was 94%. Correlation and regression analyses were used to investigate the collected data. Structured questionnaire was used to collecting data of the study. According to the descriptive statistics show that the majority of the age group ranged between 31 to 40 years and respondents with education up to A level represented the majority. According to these results, the research has an acceptable validity. Reliability was measured by using Cronbridge alpha values, which values are greater than 0.7. These items emphasize a relatively high internal consistency and acceptable reliability coefficient. Correlation analysis applied association between independent and dependent variable. There is a weak positive and significant relationship between the pay satisfaction and employee performance because the Pearson correlation values of the variables remain below plus 0.5. Regression analysis technique is used to examine an impact of pay satisfaction towards employee performance. It found that pay satisfaction has a low impact on employee performance. It is 23.5%. ANOVA table is proved that model 1 is statistically significant. There is enough statistical evidence to accept the H1D and reject the H1A, H1B and H1C. This study was proved that satisfaction with pay structure and administration has a significant impact of employee performance. Finally, the research discovered that satisfaction with pay structure and administration is the most useful dimension among the other dimensions of pay satisfaction contributing to improve employee performance at the Department of Animal Production and Health because p-value of the satisfaction with pay structure and administration is less than 0.05. The findings study showed that there is no significant impact of satisfaction with pay level, pay benefits, pay rises on employee performance. The study confirmed that the employers of these organizations look for financial and non-financial benefits. Therefore, top-level managers should consider offering financial and non-financial benefits to improve their performance. On the other hand, the structure of salary system is necessary to design through suitable government policies. These are the most useful references of this study. Thanks for listening to my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeevani and Jayavir. You're presenting the pay satisfaction on employee performance. And can you, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Jayavir. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's open to forum. Any discussions, please? Yeah, Abeksha, yeah,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you for presenting your research. My question, yeah, small question, yeah, as you said that the satisfactions less the influence in the work performance, kind of 23.5%. My question is whether did you have any studies or check it with what kind of another factors rest of the more than 70% to the work performance in the relevant department?
We have identified only performance.
Yeah.
Therefore, we conducted a preliminary study to check whether they have good performance or not, and only we consider about performance, and other factors we didn't study.
Yeah, but an analyzed part of my another point is your whole variable pay level, pay benefit, pay rises are rejected. Your testing there.
Yes.
But in your correlation is accepted.
Yes. Yes.
So how you explaining these two type of in a correlation table is significant?
Yes, in correlation we have seen some significant, but in the impact we have identified that we have identified low correlation, the weak relationship. But in the impact we have identified the structure is only dimension in pay satisfaction which impact on the performance. We assume that in the R square in 23% only explain pay satisfaction by the performance of the context. Therefore, we assume that this only 23% is reflected from the structure, pay structure.
So are you able to identify what's the reason for these three variables rejected, or any improvement in organization level? Or
yes, we have identified that the pay raises, pay levels, and it is government sector organization. So we have identified that pay raises and the pay levels, time to time they apply these type of things in pay structure when we consider the impact dimension. So especially we haven't seen some increasement in the structure, means the especially basic salary. There is no any policies which time to time that government used to increase this basic salary. So we have identified that it is one of the factors that impact on the pay structure of this context.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the best. Any questions, please? Yeah, thank you, Upeksha and Sanjeevani.
Yes, thank you.
And so we will move to the next paper. ID number 40, the impact of changing in the work environment on performance, employee engagement, teachers working from home during the pandemic. Over to you, first.
Have a good day to all of you. I'm Prameshi Desilva from the Faculty of Management Studies at Open University of Sri Lanka. Today I'm going to present on the impact of the change in work environment on employee engagement with reference to the secondary teachers working from home during the pandemic in Sri Lanka. These topics will be discussed in the presentation. In the wake of COVID-19, The entire world was transformed in distinct ways, and in March 2020, Sri Lanka's government locked down the country to mitigate this outbreak. This necessitated the education system as well as other industries that were able to work from home. But whether employees work from home or office, their engagement is essential to any industry's growth, including the education sector. Therefore, the success of the overall education system depends on the committed engagement of satisfied teachers. The main objective of the teachers is to prepare their students to become future leaders in the country by providing them with a quality education. Literature review. 3 areas were found when conducting the study: impact of COVID-19 on the level of education, employee engagement and satisfaction, and work environment and satisfaction of teachers. Mustafa and UNESCO 2020 have stated that school closures impact the level of education. Reynolds 2016 and Barton 2018 have shown there is a positive relationship between employee engagement and their satisfaction. In the study by Muhammad, Rehman and Ahmed 2015, there is a solid and positive relationship between the work environment and teacher satisfaction. As per the study done by Sharina and Muhammad and by Duraco and Hoxha 2020, it was shown that in some countries, teachers enjoyed work from home and in some, not as much. COVID-19 caused teachers to shift from the traditional classroom, which is the normal environment, to online teaching, which is the new normal environment. It was particularly challenging for teachers to adapt to the new work environment in the educational system, as their work environment and relationship with the students significantly influenced their engagement. Therefore, the present study investigates how the change in the work environment affects employee engagement by addressing job satisfaction and motivation. With this in mind, the researcher attempts to find ways to help teachers mitigate the negative factors and find answers through a series of research questions and its objectives. The study is based on these 4 research questions. The main objective of the research is to explore the way the change in work environment impacts the level of engagement of teachers during the pandemic. Based on this main objective, the following objectives were emerged. Qualitative approach was used for this study as the research design, while using interviews as the method of data collection in order to gather in-depth information. Since the teachers' population is large and it's not possible to cover the entire population, only 25 secondary teachers were selected who teach in 10 non-governmental schools in Western Province in Sri Lanka for the convenience of managing, as the interviewees were conveniently available to participate in the study. The snowball sampling method was applied to reach further respondents while using the technique of random sampling. All the interviews were recorded and transcribed while reducing a large amount of accumulated raw data to represent reproduced and quality data to the reader. Then the data were analyzed thematically in line with Herzberg's two-factor theory. As a result, these themes were identified as areas of concern, and they were derived from the teachers' views on satisfiers and dissatisfiers in the normal environment and in the new normal environment. According to this chart, the 2 main factors for job satisfaction with teachers are interrelationship with their students and other staff members and the work environment in the classroom. When working from home, these 2 factors became the main 2 dissatisfiers. Now let's move on to findings of the study. This discusses how the change from the normal environment to the new normal environment impacts employee engagement through job satisfaction and motivation. To determine the level of the engagement of these teachers, Herzberg's two-factor theory was used. The majority of teachers found the work environment entirely satisfactory in the classroom. As shown in figure 1, the 2 major themes that lead to teachers' job satisfaction were relationship with their students and other academic members and working conditions respectively. Relationship with others. According to Marzano 2003, teacher-student relationships are an essential part of teaching. It was found that students' relationship with teachers was the most significant favorable influence on teachers' engagement and satisfaction when teaching in the classroom. A grade 8 and 9 teacher liked that teaching in the classroom allows her to gauge her students' comprehension. Working conditions were the second most satisfying factor in the normal environment. Not only in the education industry, even in other industries, the facilities and resources at the workplace and social interaction with others should satisfy employees. Teachers found that the working conditions in the normal environment situation helped make their job more satisfying. Now let's move on to the factors that affect the teacher's level of engagement and satisfaction in online teaching. This I have broken down into two subsections. First, let's see why some teachers prefer online teaching. Working conditions. Based on the findings, it is shown that working conditions significantly impact the level of satisfaction and engagement of teachers interviewed. Some factors allow for satisfaction when teaching from home that the teachers found satisfying. It was revealed that working from home has influenced some personal lives in different ways. It has mainly benefited favorably the ones married with children, as they can spend more quality time with their children. It was also found that working from home was a benefit to the teachers who were expecting a child. One teacher teaching in another district and had to be away from her family for the whole week enjoyed the benefit of working from home. Some respondents found that there was a better interaction with students when teaching online. When a relationship is formed between teachers and students online, this shows that there is a commitment from both parties. In turn, this is also a satisfier to the teachers when students are motivated. As per the study, teachers found more personal growth in themselves, particularly in the area of technology. New skills and techniques that were not needed in the classroom were developed when working from home. Why are the teachers reluctant to get involved in online teaching? Most teachers found they were not generally happy with online teaching. Four main themes have emerged which caused them to have less satisfaction. Number one, working conditions. The working environment has a definite influence on the performance of employees. Findings show that most teachers' work situation significantly impacts the successful demonstration of their ability to do their job. It was concluded that a majority of teachers experienced unsatisfactory work conditions when working from home due to the given reasons. Number two, relationship with students. It was also found that many teachers are less satisfied as they could not maintain a strong relationship with their students like they did in the classroom. Number three, lack of quality of supervision. According to Nassif 2017, substantial supervision encourages employees to be well disciplined. Guidance can be done by the management as well as by a third party such as parents. When working from home, the quality of supervision is diminished as it is provided by untrained parents who may or may not be available. Number four, lack of job interest. As per Herzberg 1959, lack of job interest would lead to low satisfaction. He also has stated that when the hygiene factors are met, there is generally increased interest in the job, and it can motivate the employees, encouraging them to perform better. However, students not reaching full potential concern the teachers causing a lack of interest when teaching from home. Many teachers became discouraged when they had no way of checking the quality of work being done. Now let's look at the challenges they have faced due to the change in the work environment. It was found that teachers view challenges in both positive and negative ways. One of the significant challenges they faced was learning new technology and systems and positively applying them. Mainly, this was a more substantial challenge for senior teachers compared to younger teachers. Monitoring their children while teaching students, teaching with distractions, and changing the teaching methods while sharing devices among our households were also other challenges. Conclusion. This study shows that the employer-employee relationship had a significant impact on the job satisfaction of teachers. COVID-19 has shown us that total lockdowns are sometimes inevitable. Working from home may be the way of the future. In Sri Lanka, it was interesting to understand whether the teachers in this new normal atmosphere have been fully engaged and are satisfied when their means of work have been changed from classroom to work from home through online platforms. It was established that the positive factors outweigh the negative in the normal environment, while the opposite was found to be accurate in the new normal environment. It was found that employees tend to be further driven when hygiene factors are met to an agreeable level. But when the work environment changes adversely, such as in a lockdown situation, the hygiene factors also vary accordingly, causing increased frustration, which takes away the motivation for many. These are the recommendations of the study. However, digitalized teaching was available in Sri Lanka for the last decade, and many have not benefited. Therefore, it is recommended to promote all the available online resources among the nation. Better technology will not solve the problem alone if they lack the knowledge and skills to operate it and do not have enough resources. Therefore, if working from home is to succeed, better providers with better transmission are crucial, and it is imperative that we find ways to mitigate the negative factors. It is also necessary to have consistent internet connections, better formats like Zoom, Meets, Teams, etc. Training also needs to be provided to all the parties to adapt to alien technology and situations. Required resources such as laptops, dongles, allowances, etc. need to be provided especially to students who need them. This investment in educating Sri Lanka students will pay dividends by delivering a better trained and better educated workforce. These are the literature which were referred to gain more insight about the topics discussed. With this conclusion and recommendations, this is the end of my presentation. Please feel free to ask any questions.
Working environment and and employee engagement during pandemic, very nice studies, and also sharing their finding with the current, explain the current situations. Yeah, thank you. And is open to forums. Any questions, any discussion regarding the current issue? Working environment and employee engagement. There no one interested in current issues. Anyway, thank you, LBD Silva, and then it's very good studies. My small question is that you are recommending in general, because the work environment just engage with the employee engagement, and that is definitely one is suddenly changing in the last 2 years, and then environment, and like our Sri Lankan country, currently middle income countries, and so infrastructures not expected level in all regions. That is the main important thing. So how would recommend because that's immediately we can't change in this situation, work environment in digital, that is impossible. My question is how we can adapt this environment change for this work engagement, in improvement the work engagement, or to transfer this work to keep at the same status of the delivering the education to our students in a school level. I'm talking about that.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this is when we compare with other industries. So this, when it comes to teacher-student relationships, because it's so much important, because teacher satisfaction and engagement depends on the students, the relationship, the interaction they have with the students, and depends on the performance of the students. So still, actually, I was unable to find a proper solution to that's not possible, because this is not 100% accurate. So so still I was unable to find a proper solution how to get these students engagement and interaction, because when I was talking to teachers, I found out that some of the students they just log into the system just to mark the attendance, and then they're not, but still they're not in the lesson. So, and also from the other hand, they have tuition classes also. So they cut school and they go to tuition classes, but still they're in the system, but not in the lesson. So teachers are finding very difficult in this situation. So maybe in future studies, we will be able to, that would be a limitation to find a recommendation.
Thank you, thank you. There are a lot of limitations on both sides, the engagement of student and engagement of teachers also. So there are both things. So to bring the both to in one place very difficult. There are, because another factors is open another factors, the external rather than the internal in teachers and the student. There are a lot of external. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your interesting studies. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. We move the next paper, it's ID 54, the feeling of the financial aid, exploring the factors that influence the financial aid during the COVID pandemic. Again, the pandemic studies, Jayawardena and Pereira and Nalin Abhishekar. The cost over to you.
Open University Research Sessions 2021. Our topic is the feeling of financial guilt, exploring factors that influence on financial guilt during COVID-19 pandemic. We are Sandaru Jayawardena, Asari Pereira and Nalina Besekara. This is the content of our presentation. COVID-19 is one of the most challenging and yet the deadliest virus that negatively impact on business since the end of 2019. As a result, social distancing and lockdowns have become mandates that impact on the disruptions of the buying and shopping habits and consumption pattern of consumers. Consumers' spending is one of the most important driving forces for economic growth. Due to these new habits and ways of shopping activities, consumers have started feeling guilt on their consumption activities. Beyond the impact, some of the factors that determine consumer spend, the COVID-19 pandemic has drastically altered how and where consumers choose to spend their hard-earned money. This implies that during this crisis, consumers have felt shame or embarrassment caused by their action or inaction that violation their point of view both ethically and morally. According to the Ferreira 2014, it was evident that consumers give to a crisis context feel more guilt before they have even made the transgression due to the existential guilt that is laden. Accordingly, consumers have experienced the feeling of financial guilt when their consumption decisions are not justifiable. Financial guilt emerges from the feeling of not making a correct allocation of one's financial resources. In other words, consumers feel that they are misallocating the spending taking into account their necessities, budget constraints, and proper management of their money. Anyhow, there are lack of studies that explain how consumer fear appeal can trigger financial guilt behavior among themselves. So in this research, we identified that as our objective to identify the financial guilt experienced by the consumers during the crisis period of COVID-19. Literature review. While we are conducting our research, we identified three major concepts which comes under our topic: guilt, financial guilt, and COVID-19 pandemic. Especially Smith as well as Silva, Fernando, Brunet, and Rodford, that these are the authors who have highly explaining about the guilt as well as the financial guilt. After understanding the guilt and financial guilt, now we are going to think about what about the relationship between financial guilt and COVID-19 pandemic. So in here we identified several literatures, especially Fernando 2020, Swan 2020, as well as Dart and Horner 2003. That particular authors clearly defined that how particular crisis and financial guilt interrelated.
After a thorough analysis on the literature, we have developed a conceptual framework for the study. Thereby, we have identified four independent variables as purchasing guilt, non-purchasing guilt, on-self guilt, and focus on others' guilt on the financial guilt, which was identified as the dependent variable of the study. In accordance with the objectives set for the study, we have developed 4 hypotheses to test whether there is a significant relationship between the 4 independent variables: purchasing guilt, non-purchasing guilt, on-self guilt, and others guilt on the financial guilt. This survey was conducted in the western province of Sri Lanka due to considerable number of customers which use internet for shopping. Therefore, the population of this study represents consumers residing in the 3 districts of the western province of Sri Lanka. Convenient sampling method was used to collect the data for this study with 102 consumers as the sample who are residing in 3 districts of the western province of Sri Lanka. We have used structured questionnaires with closed statements measured with Likert scale as the data collection method, and correlation analysis was used to investigate the research questions and to test the hypothesis. We have conducted a pilot testing for the questionnaire. During piloting, 30 respondents were randomly selected and we have administered their questionnaires. As you can observe in the table here, according to the reliability test, the values of Cronbach's alpha was higher than 0.7, representing the reliability of the research instrument to be in a very good level. Now you can see on the screen is the part A of the questionnaire, which covered the demographic characteristics of the respondents with basic information such as gender, age, education level and income level with the civil status. For your reference, the highest numbers generated through the data are highlighted in red. Accordingly, majority of the respondents represented females and between the age of 26 to 35. Largest proportion of the sample was single and having degrees as the educational qualification. This part of the questionnaire also covered some background information useful for the study. For an example, we have inquired the respondents about the frequency of their purchases between 2 orders during the pandemic, and majority have taken a minimum of 4 days to a maximum of 1 week to place their next order. At summary, when considering the mean values and standard deviation of all factors, we could identify that purchasing guilt influences in large extent, while the non-purchase guilt, on-self guilt and focus on other guilt influence in moderate extents towards the financial guilt. Table 3 emphasizes how the consumer sample has prioritized the items they have bought during the pandemic. In that case, essential items were explored to be the most needed consumer goods, followed by medical items during the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, Table 4 shows the correlation between the 4 guilt factors and the financial guilt. Purchasing guilt and financial guilt was statistically significant at the level of 0.01 with the Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.525, showing a positive relationship between the purchasing guilt and financial guilt. Similarly, non-purchasing guilt and financial guilt was statistically significant, being positively related. It was similar with the on-self guilt and financial guilt, and the focus on other guilt and financial guilt being statistically significant at the 0.01 level with Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.525 and 0.527 respectively. It shows the positive relationship between those variables. As you can observe, the 4 hypotheses derived were tested to be accepted with a significant positive relationship between the 2 variables. With that analysis, we have come into the conclusions of the study. In this study, we have focused on analyzing the levels of financial guilt experienced by consumers due to their new normal consuming decisions during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have identified 4 variables that basically influence the financial guilt, that are purchase, non-purchase, on-self and others guilt. With respect to the Sri Lankan sample, the objective of this research is to analyze the impact from those main categories of guilt towards generating the ultimate financial guilt for consumers. The results suggest that there is a significant positive relationship between the financial guilt and the 4 components of guilt mentioned throughout the study. As per the analysis, it was denoted that non-purchase guilt factors influence in large extent towards the financial guilt between consumers, while the effect of other 3 forms of guilt, that are the purchasing guilt, on-self guilt, and focus on other guilt factors, having moderate effects toward the financial guilt. Respondents claim to be guilty because their behaviors has had poor reflections in comparison to their ideal self. Interestingly, this category of customers with on-self guilt has accounted for a majority of 52.1% of the total consumer guilt situations. Personal standards failure, buying products that were harmful to the health, purchase of expensive goods were some of the major causes reported underneath on-self guilt. More precisely, no differences were highlighted in terms of gender, educational qualifications, and age, since they showed not to have correlation with the degree of financial guilt felt by a consumer. Majority of the literature suggested that the females tend to experience more guilt than men because they are emotionally driven in deciding their purchases. But interestingly, the results of this study suggest that there isn't any difference between women and men towards financial guilt felt as a result of their purchases. The data also suggested that the consumers preferred buying essential goods over medicine, clothes, and furniture during the pandemic, and spending extra for that category of goods might generate financial guilt than the other categories of goods. These are the literature we have used in order to gather some in-depth information regarding the topic discussed. We are open to take up any questions or clarifications from your end. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for listening and have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you, Chandru and Ashari and Professionally. Thank you. The good studies for the feeling of financial guilt. That is current scenario of our country is also, and everybody, every individual. Thank you for touching this new area. And it's open to forum. Any interesting discussions, please? Okay, rather than waiting, so I start. Yeah, thank you very much. And studying this financial guilt, yes, I agree. You have to identify the financial guilt, purchasing and unpurchasing, and self and other. Yes, study also proved there's a relation, significant relation in this. My question is, in the current scenario, and for the policymaker, for the product producers, and all the companies, or the consumer, all stakeholders, what is your recommendation on this scenario? Because you identify there's a factor into the financial guilt, but the scenario in individual as well as the nation has a finance. It is also. In this scenario, what is your recommendations in national and then in the state companies and individual?
For marketers, we have found one interesting thing. That is there is in the literature that the males and females tend to differ in terms of the financial guilt felt. That's like a very personal thing. The financial guilt is like a very personal thing. So it's very hard to take a country level or international level approach into it. But from the marketing aspect, one was the marketers do not need to differentiate the goods, like for males and females respectively. Even females tend to feel the financial guilt as well as the males, and that's the vice versa. So in differentiating goods, the marketers do not need to worry much. That's one aspect for the market, for the marketing field. And Asari, do you have any insights?
I will add something, because when we concern the financial guilt, especially when think about the policymakers as well as the marketers, when we concern the consumer, we know that we at that period of the COVID-19, most of the consumers who need to identify, they always try to identify what are the goods is we need to that give to high priority. So at that time, marketers and policymakers should need to address this point. Then while they are introducing product that should be a valuable one, it means when concerned about the benefit as well as the price, especially we know that we concern about the value, that definitely consumer think about what about the benefits they received as well as how much they paid for that particular goods. In especially in this COVID-19 pandemic, we know that our country also faces a lot of difficulties, as well as not only the consumer who are in the special in the middle level as well as in the low level income people, who definitely they are suffering a lot because of this financial problems. So definitely that they think about and they try to purchase a particular product that which should be valuable one. So marketers and policymakers should need to that concern about the that give for the valuable product which they paid about the what about the cost. It should be that the marketer should be give some product. It may be the essential good, otherwise it may be the any other that goods, but anyway they have to concern that particular product should be the valuable one for that in this, especially in this period, because according to the ethical marketing we concern about these kind of things also. Then I think these are the things we have found out in this our research.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much. All the best.
This is not a question, Jayavardhan and Asari. You have identified some choices: essential goods, apparel, medicine, cosmetics. Some people are converting or thinking about home gardening. They ordered some plants or seeds or something. In your choices or sample, did you see such type of purchasing pattern? Home gardening, seeds, ordering those things?
Yeah, madam, that we ask that based on the particular category, then again we ask about the other factors. But most of the consumers concern about the consuming good rather than the that kind of goods. I don't know that what about the, it may be the reason for our sample. Then I think so, because we concern about the Western province people. So then somewhat they may have some busy lifestyles, and most of the people that urbanize. So based on this, it will be actually happen. But that your point is very good. Then I think we have expand our that research area in between this pandemic and that gain another broad area for what about the purchasing intention in that particular areas. Thank you very much, madam, for your question.
No.
So, madam, adding
Thank
one
you,
point.
thank you
They were
very
just,
much. Thank you very much. And Sandhu and Asari. And also this is okay. Thank you. All the best. So this I think the break time, but we don't have any break time. And for cost or the cost you have tell, we have whether we have continue this and how we stop the break. Stop for break.
Professor Siva, I think we better continue with this session. The technical support is there. We will continue, no?
Same link, no?
Yes, same link.
Okay. Anyway, we'll give the 1 or 2 minute breaks and we'll start then. We'll start.
Okay, it's up to the chairperson.
Anyway,
Okay.
just give the
Yes,
few
sir.
minutes. Yeah, otherwise there's 9 papers. We will continue 9 papers. So
Okay,
otherwise
Professor.
people will tired.
Okay, we'll wait for a little time. Okay, thank you.
With another 2 minutes, we will start. 25. We'll start 25. 11:25. Again, we will start. Good afternoon. Not good afternoon. Yes, good morning again. We will start the continue. ID number 67, the knowledge and practice, the issues of the solid waste management, qualitative study in the Kuliapitiya Pradesha Sabha. A Pallegedara. Cost, please.
Knowledge, practices and issues of solid waste management, a qualitative study in Kuliapitiya Pradesha Sabha area. I am Asanka Pallegedara, Department of Industrial Management, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka. This is the outline of today's presentation. Let me start with the introduction of my research work. Every United Nations member country anonymously committed to support 17 SDGs and to achieve them by 2030. Under these SDGs, SDG goal number 12 is responsible consumption and production. The target 5 of SDG goal number 12, substantially reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction and recycling and reuse, aims to reduce waste and manage waste efficiently in all countries. With the continuous growth of solid waste, owing to accelerated urbanization and increased population in Sri Lanka, landfills are filling up faster than expected. Thus, understanding the knowledge, practices and issues of solid waste management in Sri Lanka is important to introduce effective waste management policies. With this background, this paper aims to contribute to the literature on waste management in Sri Lanka by exploring the knowledge, practices and issues of solid waste management in the Kuliapitiya Pradesha Sabha area. Now I would like to briefly review the previous literature. There are several studies on waste management practices in developing countries. Examples are Moruf 2012 in Nigeria, Yukalang et al. 2018 paper in Thailand, Liza et al. 2021 paper in Ghana. Previously, several studies have examined the practices, challenges and opportunities of waste management in Sri Lankan context. For an example, Basnayaka Viswanathan 2014 discussed national level waste management policies, regulations and their implementation issues in Sri Lanka. Fernando 2019 further examined the factors associated with proper implementation of solid waste management policies in Sri Lanka using data from local government officers. Gunaratna et al. 2019 paper explored the challenges and opportunities for the recycling in Sri Lanka by analyzing data collected from stakeholders. Vidhanarachchi et al. 2006 paper describes the problems, issues and challenges in solid waste management in southern province of Sri Lanka. The methodology of my research work are given here. I use data from retail merchants in Kuliapitiya Pradesha Sabha waste collection area. A convenient sample of 8 retail merchants were selected for this study. In addition, discussions were conducted with local government officer and 2 workers responsible for waste collection in the Kuliapitiya Pradesha Sabha area. Data from in-depth interviews with selected retail merchants and local government workers and field observations were used for the analysis. When it comes to the research methods, the observational field notes and recorded interview transcripts were analyzed qualitatively using content analysis. Main patterns of expressed views on waste management practices and issues were identified. Now I would like to present the main results. First, I would like to present the knowledge of waste management among these selected retail merchants. The findings indicate that all retail merchants have knowledge in waste management activities. Most of the merchants knew that there are two types of waste collected by the local government. 6 out of the 8 retail merchants were aware of the importance of waste segregation at the source. For an example, one owner of a small grocery mentioned that following remarks. I know that segregation of waste is important for local government authorities to effectively manage waste. Few merchants were aware that improper waste disposal can adversely affect human health. For example, mosquito breeding sites caused by improper dumping of waste were mentioned by one retail merchant. He mentioned that if we dump yogurt cups and coconut shells, dengue mosquitoes can breed when those cups and shells collect water in them. Next, I would like to present the practices of waste management. All merchants use separate bins or bags for biodegradable waste and polythene and plastic waste. This may be mainly because the local government authorities do not collect biodegradable waste mixed with polythene and plastic. Some merchants mention that they do not have any polythene or plastic waste because they sell only vegetables and fruits which produce only biodegradable waste. One owner of a vegetable stall mentioned like this: we only have vegetable and fruit leftovers as waste, so we just put them into dustbin to be collected by the local government waste truck. Merchants carry out different types of waste management activities. For example, one small restaurant owner mentioned that he gives only polythene and plastic waste to the local government waste collectors, while biodegradable food waste is dumped in a small landfilling site in the neighborhood. He mentioned like this: I gave only polythene and plastic to waste collectors. We have a small filling size to fill, so we use leftover kitchen waste in the filling site. Now, I would like to present the issues and problems of waste management in Kuliapitiya Pradeshiya Sabha area. Most merchants mentioned that they were satisfied with the service provided by the local government. According to them, the local government waste collection truck and tractor regularly visit and collect biodegradable waste and plastic and polythene waste. However, one merchant mentioned that sometimes the waste collection tractor is filled with waste when the tractor reaches his business point. Sometimes when the tractor comes to collect waste, it is already filled. So we cannot load our waste anymore. We have to wait till the collector truck comes on another day. One major problem that waste collectors face is some people dump their waste in roadsides. It could be witnessed that waste is dumped at roadsides, especially in the paddy fields. Waste collectors mentioned that it is a time-consuming task to collect unsegregated waste from paddy fields. A worker from the local government mentioned like this: some people intentionally bring waste from their houses, especially those who are driving dump waste in the paddy fields along roadsides. We have to collect all the waste, separate and put into the waste tractor or truck. This is a cumbersome task for us because we have to do all these tasks with limited laborers. As a conclusion, this paper presented a case study of knowledge, practices and issues in waste management in Kuliapitiya Pradeshiya Sabha area. The study found that most retail merchants we interviewed have a basic knowledge of waste management and they practice waste segregation in their business premises. Main issues in waste management are lack of resources such as equipment, vehicles and workers, and open dumping practiced by some individuals. For more effective and efficient solid waste management, this study recommends enforcement of rules and regulations against people who are responsible for open dumping in roadsides. Use of technological equipment such as cameras to monitor open dumping in roadsides. Central government should provide financial support to purchase additional equipment and to increase human resources for waste collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asanka. Yeah, thank you. That the solid waste management, the knowledge and practice and issues is open to forum. Yes, please. Yeah, Asanka. Yeah, it's good studies. Well, yeah, again, testing the knowledge and the practice and issues, and yeah, you tested the selected area. That your sample is, I think, is a mercantile. Is it small area?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, this is an ongoing project, and
Yeah.
we have.
So my concern is, yeah, this is a kind of, yeah, you also recommended, yeah, some, yeah, mechanisms, yeah, maybe rules and that should be monetary mechanism to implement it. My question is, this is similar as in behavioral change also, needed the behavioral change also. Is it? So what is your recommendation? Because as you said, yeah, it's the shops or the companies and the restaurant, yeah, they will have in some level of mechanism to this waste management. But when you take individuals, and there not be a behavioral change for each level. So what is your recommendation on this? Because suddenly we can't, by rules and regulation, we can't change this behavior.
Yes, that is a good question. Actually, this is an ongoing project, and we have only collected data from very few sample here because of this pandemic situation. We couldn't go to the field and collect more data. But as you mentioned, we need to understand the behavioral changes. So that is one part of our main research project. Actually, this is a project under the AHEAD grant.
Yeah.
So we are going to test, we are going to do a household and firm level survey, a large scale quantitative survey, and then we would like to get more details of these behavioral aspects and all these things.
Thank you. All the best. All the best. Okay. So shall we move to the next paper, 77? Impact of employee retention strategies on employee turnover. Case studies of an international school in Sri Lanka. The Ramachandran and Pereira is over to you.
Impact of employee retention strategies on employee turnover. A case study of an international school in Sri Lanka by GVP Ramachandran and RH80 Pereira. The table of contents. Introduction. The rise in the unemployment rate is one of the main issues that every economy has to deal with, and therefore it is necessary to retain the employees who are already engaged in work. The vast number of opportunities that are available for the talented and skilled human resources makes it tough for the employers to satisfy and retain them. Walker in 2001 stated that managing and retaining promising employees is an important fundamental means of achieving competitive advantage among the organizations. Problem statement. The researcher who is currently employed in the selected international school identified that the employee turnover of the school is rising in numbers. The following table shows the employee turnover of the school during the past few years. The general objective of the research is to identify the employee retention strategies used by the selected international school and the impact of those strategies on employee turnover. The specific objectives are to explore the employee retention strategies used by the selected organization and to identify the impact of employee retention strategies on employee turnover. Literature review. Compensation. Griffith et al. In 2000 noted that pay and pay-related variables have a modest effect on turnover. Their research also included studies that examine the relationship between pay, a person's performance, and turnover, on which H1 is based upon. Reward and recognition. Silbert in 2005 forwarded the view that reward is important because it has an enduring impression on employees, which in turn gives the employees an impression that they are valued in the organization, on which H2 is based upon. Participation in decision making. Zhang in 2016 has quoted that the participation degree of company or department decision also positively influences the level of job satisfaction, in turn directly or indirectly affect turnover intention, on which H3 is based upon. Training and development. Handy in 2008 has mentioned that proper innovation and assimilation of new knowledge is essential for survival in any work environment, on which H4 is based upon. Methodology. The conceptual framework consists of 4 independent variables: compensation, rewards and recognition, participation in decision making, and training and development, and the dependent variable is identified as employee turnover. The population of the study consists of 115 members, where the sample was picked up as 86 members against convenience sampling method. A structured questionnaire was used for data collection, and the data analysis were done using the correlation coefficient and the simple linear regression analysis. Reliability analysis. According to the given table, all the Cronbach alpha values of the variables exceed 0.7, which means that the variables are of high reliability. Demographic information. According to the gender, we can see that the majority of the respondents are female. And moving on to the marital status, most of the respondents are married. And when concerned about the age structure, we can see that the majority of the respondents are aged between 21 to 35 years. The majority of the respondents has a service length of 1 to 5 years, and moving on to the income of the respondents, we can see that the majority earns an income level of 45.35%. Correlation analysis. The R value of compensation minus 0.930 indicates that compensation has a strong negative relationship with employee turnover. The R value of rewards and recognition minus 0.931 indicates that rewards and recognition has a strong negative relationship with employee turnover. The R value of participation in decision making minus 0.804 indicates that participation in decision making has a strong negative relationship with employee turnover. The R value of training and development minus 0.920 indicates that training and development has a strong negative relationship with employee turnover. Regression analysis. Based on the B values and also the significance values, which are less than 0.05, you can note that all the independent variables has a significant impact on the dependent variable. Hypothesis testing. According to our research findings, we have found that all our 4 independent variables have a significant impact on the dependent variables. Accordingly, H1, compensation has a significant impact on employee turnover, has been accepted. H2, rewards and recognition has a significant impact on employee turnover, has been accepted. H3, participation in decision making has a significant impact on employee turnover, has been accepted. And H4, training and development has a significant impact on employee turnover, has been accepted. Conclusion. The researcher identified that the 4 variables, compensation, rewards and recognition, participation in decision making, and training and development has a strong negative impact on employee turnover. According to research findings, the above employee retention strategies have a significant impact on employee turnover. The research findings prove that the respondents are at a dissatisfactory level with regard to the use of the 4 employee retention strategies. Recommendations. The school should pay more attention to the compensation package provided for the staff members. The staff members must be occasionally rewarded to motivate them to maintain better performance, while their efforts as an individual must be recognized. The members must be provided opportunities to make decisions regarding their subject matters while informing them of changes regarding their work. The staff must be provided with sufficient amount of training and opportunities for development. The references. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for
And now
Ramachandran and
it is time
Pereira.
for the questions and answers.
Study on employee retention, strategy on the employee turnover on international schools. Any questions, please, from the forums? Is open to forum. Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask small clarifications. Yeah, and Ramachandran and Pereira. Sorry. Oh.
Yes, sir.
And so the employee, yeah, they are the employee return. There are so many factors affecting employee turnover. Is one maybe one of the reasons the retention strategy you selected here. It is compensations and all factors. My question is, apart from these selected variables, there are a lot of other reasons for the turnover. Did you have any idea to be able to identify another factors which is most important than the you selected variable? Thank you. Yeah, please unmute.
Yes, actually there were other factors as well. For example, like work-life balance, then promotion and opportunity for growth, and also proper leadership. But when considering about these factors, they can't be applied to the context of the school. That's why I have selected these 4 particular variables where most of the population or most of the sample group were dissatisfied with their compensation, then the rewards and recognition, and also the participation in the decision making, as well as the training and development aspects, other than the other variables that impact on the employee turnover.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. All the best, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Shall we move on the next paper, 78? The factor influencing customer satisfaction of the Selangor General Insurance Motor Policies, special reference to the Western Province in Sri Lanka. Madhumanjali and Pereira, over to you.
Hi everyone, we are RAM Madhumali and RHT
Sound is
Pereira.
not clear.
Our research
Please
topic
check it.
is factor influencing customer satisfaction of Selangor General Insurance Motor Policy. Special reference to Western Province in Sri Lanka. Introduction. Insurance is a social device to reduce or eliminate risk of life and property. Under an insurance plan, people share risk that they may not be able to face on their own. When we consider the Sri Lankan as well as the whole insurance industry, we can mainly categorize 2 parts: life insurance as well as general insurance. So when we consider the general insurance can be divided into motor insurance as well as the non-motor insurance. Under the motor insurance, we can identify third-party insurance as well as the comprehensive insurance. Motor insurance is one of the most important insurance products in Sri Lanka, and it is the first class of general insurance with which the general public has acquaintance. Problem statement. Selangor General Insurance, which has the highest market share among general insurance providers as per the statistical data from the Insurance Regulatory Commission of Sri Lanka. When we concern the Selingco insurance as well as the other insurance, we can see here that there are different vehicle type as well as how. What about the different insurance companies? They ask about the premium. When we concern the premium of other insurance industry, Sri Lanka Insurance Fair First as well as Alliances, they compare with the Selingco insurance. We can see here that Selingco insurance, they have higher premium compared with the other insurance companies. Further analysis of this data, you can see here particular details as well as the market share of the each and every insurance industry. We can see here highest market share reported in the Selingco insurance that when compared with the other insurance companies. In the cases, we identified that insurance Selingco insurance company who have higher premium, but still they have market share in highest compared with the other company. So based on the above details we already discussed, we identified that there are 13 insurance companies in Sri Lanka. Some of the insurance companies have a very low premium on motor insurance. Selingco General Insurance charging the high premium, but the service quality seems to be higher than their insurance companies and customers seems to have gotten more benefit. As per the when concerned, all the other insurance companies try to expand their consumer base by increasing customer loyalty. Through this research, the researcher intend to find what are the factors that influence customer satisfaction in Selingco motor insurance policy. Based on this problem statement, we identified 3 objectives. First objective is to identify the factors that influence Selingco General Insurance to receive new customers attention and retention of existing customers. Second one, to identify the most influential factors that influence in customer satisfaction of Selingco General Insurance. Third one, to identify the relationship between service quality and customer satisfaction of Selingco General Insurance. Literature review. As per when we concern the customer satisfaction as well as the service quality, so we identified that Parasuraman's service quality model. We know that Parasuraman's service quality model is already tested in different kind of context. So according to the Gamagers care tool, that he identified that most of the insurance companies as well as the financial institutions who used to measure their service quality by using Parasuraman's service quality model. So based on that, researcher also identified that tangibility, empathy, assurance, reliability, responsiveness are the independent variables as well as customer satisfaction as the dependent variable. Based on the literature review, we developed our conceptual framework. Just already tell about that we identified the independent variables as well as the dependent variable. Based on this conceptual framework, we identified the hypothesis that we identified that tangibility, empathy, assurance, reliability and responsiveness have higher relationship between consumer satisfaction. Methodology. Population. Motor insurance policyholders of the Selingco General Insurance Limited, Western Province. Sample. Motor insurance policyholders in Colombo, Gampaha, Kalutara district. So based on this particular sample, we already decided and we identified about the how many policyholders are available in the countrywide. Then we identified that Western Province, which most of the more than 50 or 60% of the policyholders are from Western Province. So based on that, we identified that our sample based on the Colombo, Gampaha and Kalutara. Then we concern about the sampling method. Convenient sampling we use as that. Then concern about the sample size 100. Data collection method, we use self-administrated structured questionnaire. In this COVID-19 that pandemic situations, we use Google form for collecting the data. So then data analysis method, correlation coefficient. When after first we distribute 30 question questionnaires through the email. So then after that we identified our reliability analysis that each and every variable's Cambridge alpha value is higher than 0.7. Finally, we conclude that our instrument is reliable. Data analysis, personal information. When we concern the gender, most of the respondents are male. Then we concern about the district. We identified that most of the respondents are from Colombo district, next Gampa, and then after that Kalutara. So when we concern the age group, most of the respondents who are in their 34 to 42 age range. And when we concern apart from the other ages also that they have somewhat contribution. Then when we concern which kind of insurance policy do you have, we ask from them. Then their response that most of the people who have a comprehensive, as well as we identified that third party, as well as some of the people who may have that both. So anyhow, we identified most of the respondents who take that comprehensive policy. When considering the descriptive analysis, we identified that tangibility 3.57, empathy 3.63, assurance 3.93, reliability 3.89, and responsiveness 3.67. Anyhow, when we concern about the details, we identified assurance is highly influenced to the service quality and the customer satisfaction because of this particular data. When we concern the correlation analysis, research identified that that particular tangibility as well as empathy, assurance and reliability and responsiveness, each and every variables have high correlation between the and that customer satisfaction. When concerned about the each and every variables, we identified that a tangibility as well as reliability and responsiveness strongly correlated with customer satisfaction. When concerned about the hypothesis, we already build up that hypothesis that there is a significant relationship between tangibility and satisfaction, empathy and customer satisfaction, assurance and customer satisfaction, and reliability and customer satisfaction. Another one is responsiveness and customer satisfaction. These all particular hypotheses are rejected, and that based on these findings. Conclusion: the study found that there is a variation in the attitude of the sample individual toward the dimension of service quality according to the research factors that influence the customer satisfaction. Most in case of Zelinko motor insurance are reliability and responsiveness. Tangibility is strongly correlated with customer satisfaction. However, empathy and assurance also have that moderate correlation between the customer satisfaction. Therefore, all independent variables directly have some significant relationship between customer satisfaction and influence attitude of the policyholders of selling commodity insurance. So whilst when we concern insurance premium also play a significant role in the insurance industry, it appeared that customers do not just depend on the premium. Therefore, insurance companies should be considered broader factor of customer satisfaction. It will help to attract new customers and retention of existing customers. References. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the research and the factor influencing the customer satisfaction on the motor insurance in the Western Province. And any questions, please, from the whole?
Professor Siva, I am Nalina Besekara. Shall I ask a question?
Yes, welcome.
Yes. Isha, our good two friends, no? The Asari and what is the second author, Asari? You're on mute, I guess.
That first author, sir,
Madhumanjali. Okay. I just asked you a question because now this research looks really interesting. You discuss something on the insurance sector in Sri Lanka and align with the customer satisfaction. In your research objectives, you talking about something a bit different about the attraction and retention, because attraction and retention, these two drivers we considered as the drivers for relationship marketing. By looking at the objectives, you discuss four things: service quality, customer satisfaction, attraction and retention. service quality and customer satisfaction, I think we can see. Now, in your research, you already tested. But in the objective, even though you put the attraction and retention, I propose you to revisit the objectives specifically omitting these two different concepts called attraction and retention. Anyway, attraction we can take into consideration, but retention, customer loyalty and all altogether might be different factor. I just want to propose you any observation on that, Asari?
So that case is that in the basic conceptual framework that we already concerned about the loyalty and other few factors. Then after that we remove that when we concern about this particular analysis, we remove some factors. I thought that that when we concern the objectives, we are not removing the objectives. That is the thing. I think it will be happens.
No problem. What you can do
yes,
now.
your comment is very valuable. Actually, that we need to concern about the different aspect of the retention and that attractions. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Okay, Putta, all the best. Prosiva, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Yes, I'm Shafika here. Can I? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I have a small question. I noticed a very interesting data in your analysis, in your demographic analysis. In your sample, 43% represent female, right? And your findings shows that from among the variables that you have selected, responsiveness has the most significant, most important variable that explains customer satisfaction in this motor vehicle insurance industry. So is there any relationship that you have observed? I don't know whether you have done the analysis, but with your observations, any relationship between this 43% female and identifying the important factor as responsiveness? Does that mean that females expect responsiveness from the service? Asari?
Yeah, madam. That actually, madam, we are not analyzing the cross analysis because of based on the demographic and that particular data.
Yes. Yeah, you have not analyzed, but I just want to know whether you have any insight about that.
Madam, shall I ask from that student that she may have another idea because
maybe she's representing that.
Yeah, madam, because there are some special benefits we are providing for women. I think that's why most of women are responsive for that. I think that is the reason for it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you. Very quick question for the both of you. And yes. Yeah, you analyze and the factors influencing customer satisfaction, and also you prove it there's a relationship and the fact. My question is, and specific, you selected specific insurance, Chilingo General Insurance Motor Policies. I like because specifically, do you have any recommendation for this motor policies? Because in generally, yes, the customer satisfaction factors you identify, these all factors are just valid. But specifically in relation to their more general insurance motor policy activities or the process, and any specific recommendation or improve or whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, so that there is one of the special recommendation when we concern the that that when we concern the competitiveness in the market, most of the companies who may concern about the cost benefits, then rather than the market differentiation. But in here that our research we prove that when most of the consumer not much of sensitive in the cost, still that particular is the especially in that kind of motor insurance and insurance policies. So in here we recommend for the given some suggestion to the companies and policy makers that if that they may have ability to differentiate their product compare with the other competitors, as well as their product with the services with the others, so they may have ability to gain that particular market share, rather than that they are concerned only for the particular cost benefits. These are the things that we have that recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best. There are one raising questions. Varuni.
Yes, good morning, sir. And it's a very interesting research. I have a small question.
Yeah.
So, in the model that mentioned, it's referring the 2019 SK Gamuge's model. May I know the reference article?
I think that we mentioned at the references also. So how may I explain that, Madhusha? That
You can read because
we can
proceeding will
that.
share with you all.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, because it's my research. So, and 2019 is with the Gamuge sir, so that's why I'm asking about that.
Okay,
And
okay, all
I'm
the
really
best.
happy about
And
that. And I'm really appreciative for citing that article. And I'm really happy because of the new findings of the industry, because we are done it in 2018. So thank you so much. I was don't shy, and I was never not. I was really appreciate for your effort and good. I was readed your articles, and best of luck for the both of you.
It's pleasure to that you also in there. Thank you very much for your comment.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. All the best. We'll move to the next papers, 84. It's very interesting. Emotional intelligence as the moderator on the trust performance relationship. It's a Tennako Nanari Ratna. Over to you, please.
A great day for all the participants of OURS 2021. I'm Evangela Tennakon. I'm going to present the findings of the study done by myself and Ms. Ari Ratna on the title Emotional Intelligence as a Moderator on the Stress Performance Relationship. This is our presentation layout. Coming to the introduction, we have noted and we have realized that this occupational stress is becoming a worldwide phenomenon in every organization, which is creating a lot of negative consequences. Usually the occupational stress, if anyone is unable to manage, are creating emotional, physical, and the behavioral consequences. These emotional, physical, and behavioral consequences often lead the reduction of productivity, performance, work-life balance, and much more relating to the individual and the organizational outcomes. If we look into the causes of the emotional intelligence, we can find a number of them. Working conditions, workload, occupational groups, workplace conflicts, sexual harassment, so on. A study done by Robbins and Jude in 2013 has found out that most of the causes related to the occupational stress are related to the job. Of course, there are causes relating to your relationship, finance, and the education, and the children and all. Anyhow, the job-related causes of occupational stress found to be very critical and generating a lot of problems at work and at the society at large. When look at the theoretical development of the occupational stress, this says that we should be having an optimal level of stress in order to reach the optimal performance. So that means we should not either totally eliminate them or letting them to grow at an high level. So it's very essential for us to keep watching them and to ensure that they are being maintained at an optimal level. Doing so, emotional intelligence found to be and reported to be heavily useful because emotional intelligence is all about one's ability to understand, know, and manage the emotions in a productive way. Coming to my problem, I would like to pay the attention to the dominant and the largest utility service provider in Sri Lanka, that is the main electricity supplier of Sri Lanka, Ceylon Electricity Board. So, when scanning the KPIs of the technical officers of CEB, a pre-study has found that there are a lot of problems related with KPI since the complaints relating to their performance is mounting day by day. A pre-study done by the researchers based on this matter found out that the longer working hours and excessive workload together with the timing problems are creating much more pressure on these technical officers, which cause them to face with occupational stress. If we look into the theoretical development of these variables, employee performance is recognized as a high order construct which is having a dynamic relationship with numerous factors. Occupational stress is also another factor that has been labeled for decades for putting a negative impact on the employee performance if not well managed. Emotional intelligence is referred as a capability of an individual to manage and control these emotions and able to control the emotions of others as well. So as we can see, it is found and reported that emotional intelligence is generating a lot of positive benefits at work. So when we scan through the literature that tests this relationship among the emotional intelligence, occupational stress and employee performance, it has noted that the power of emotional intelligence has not been yet tested as a moderator to the negative relationship between occupational stress and the employee performance. As this study focusing on identify does emotional intelligence moderates the relationship between occupational stress and employee performance in the context of Sri Lanka sector. So these are the theoretical models that has been used in this study, and this is our research model where OS, the occupational stress, has identified in terms of two dimensions, work overload and time pressure, and affecting to the employee performance, and proposing moderating effects by emotion. So we conducted a deductive research that tests the causality between these variables, and it took the quantitative approach and we applied the survey methods where cross-sectional data is collected. All the instrument was standardized instrument and we essentially check them for the validity and reliability as well. The population comprised of the technical officers of CEB based on the Western Province, and the final sample of ours included 141 respondents from the population. So all the variables that we tested found significantly associated with the emotional intelligence, but essentially both the time pressure and the work overload found to be negatively. With the regression outcome, we noted that the time pressure is still a significant predictor of the employee performance, whereas the work overload is not significant in predicting the performance of the main problem of our study is to test the moderating effect, and we use the moderated regression analysis where the second model where we have incorporated an interaction term found to be significantly changed from the first model. The significance of the F-value change is telling us the significance of the moderating variable. So it concludes that the emotional intelligence is able to moderate the relationship between occupational stress and employee performance. So all the hypotheses that we tested found that there's a significant relationship between the variable concern and the employee performance, except the work overload and the employee performance relationship. So all the results found to be consistent with the previous studies, and we essentially noted some inconsistent findings as well, which we will be promoting as the future research. Coming to the conclusion of the study, I would say that this is delivering theoretical implication of confirming the moderating effect of emotional intelligence on the stress performance relationship, and it tests these relationship in the context of Sri Lankan utility sector at the first time, and it confirmed the insignificance of work overload as a stressor that is causing performance problem. From the managerial point of view, we can encourage managers to capitalize on the employees' emotional intelligence to mitigate the negative results of the stress, and highlighting the role of mentors to stimulate the emotional intelligence, and it delivers some training and development importance to boost the emotional intelligence of the employees for a better performance target. So we are proposing future research to test the other possible moderating and mediators along with different methodologies. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Tendukon and Aryaratna. Interesting in emotional intelligence to managing the your organizational trust and performance, which is moderating. It's open to floor. Any questions, please? Okay, I have some more.
Ishara.
Oh, yes,
One small question for the clarification.
Welcome.
Why you have selected the emotional intelligence of the technical employees of the CBL? So any reason for selecting that particular kind of employees? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, there was a pre-study because it has been reported that the number of complaints are coming to the CEB with respect to this province, and the principal investigator and the co-author of mine is attached to the top position of CEB, and they have conducted a pre-study to identify what are the causes for this accelerating number of complaints. They have noted the most of the complaints are associated with the job of the technical officers. So because of that reason, they have selected them as the target group of this study. That was the rationale.
Okay, thank you. I have similar question. Yeah, you develop the four hypotheses and one is rejected. So you are giving that the three hypotheses are accepted. So my question is, why is rejected? rejected? Any reasons? So did you you able to find any reason for why this workload is very important for the organization trust? But your hypothesis is rejected. Yes, please.
Sorry, sir, I'm hardly hearing you.
Sorry,
Can you
yeah, what the singular questions, any reason to, or you are able to identify any reason for the rejecting the, or the first hypothesis, workload?
work overload? Actually, we have not done a kind of post kind of analysis after the statistical analysis of our data, but I had a kind of informal dialogue with the co-author of mine because she's having a lot of experience related to what really happening there at the CEB and what she was telling, right? It's just insights, because it's not scientifically tested. So what she was telling was actually, even though these CEOs are pretend to be having a kind of heavy workload, there's no actually a workload that they that is beyond their capacity. They pretend to be having a high workload and delaying the assigned things for the purpose of obtaining OT and all, right? But with respect to their job description and all, they are being allocated with a manageable volume of tasks. So that's what she told, but it's not scientifically tested either.
Okay, thank you. Whether further research studies you can do it, because yeah, when the major factors is not influencing, not functioning, maybe there are a lot of other factors, maybe the new factor you can identify in the further research. That is necessary. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, you Aris, for the opportunity given.
Okay. Shall we move the next presenters? 88. The next of the relationship among the emotional intelligence and enterprises pursue the organizational supportiveness and innovative work behavior. And Vijay Surya and Jana Dari, please, over to you. Cost, please.
Good day for all the reviewers and the participants for the Open University Research Session 2021. So I am Rohana Vijay Surya, the DBA candidate of University of Kelaniya, and my supervisor, Dr. Chanadari, with the collaborations of both, we have developed a research idea on the topic of nexus of relationships among emotional intelligence expertise, perceived organizational supportiveness, and innovative work behavior. Presentation outline: introduction, research problem, proposed conceptual model, proposed methodology, and the significance of the study. Introduction. As we know, the globalization, the customer demand, the shortening of the product life cycle, technological breakthroughs demand organization to be more innovative. Organization innovations are often triggered by the innovative work behavior of its members, that is, innovative culture. Organization-wide innovative culture leads to optimum return on investment, boosts productivity, profitability, increase market share, and so on. Major facilitator of growth, performance, and competitiveness is innovation. Dynamic organizations with innovative products and services, especially processes, can survive, while others often encounter hardships and threats in business continuity. Introduction continue. Emotional intelligence expertise is the expert ability to perceive emotions, to assess and generate emotions so as to assist through understand emotions and emotional knowledge, resulting in intelligent growth. The resultant intellectual advancement tend to nourish the seeds of innovative ideas. Innovative work behavior of employees can be enhanced via knowledge sharing, management practices, human capital, innovative climate, organizational learning, and absorbing capacity. The research problem. As per the Global Economic Forum, GZI, Global Competitiveness Index, ranks 141 economies based on their innovations worldwide. Germany has reached the top, followed with US and Switzerland. Where are we as Sri Lanka? We are in 85th place. So just see the most innovative brands of the world. Apple, Alphabet and Amazon and so many. When it comes to the adjoining countries, Asia, India, there are 43, Indonesia 40, but in Sri Lanka, we have a question. Just see how it affect the R&D, gross expenditure on R&D of GDP to the growth of the innovation. GDP in 1960s normal. Sri Lanka, US dollars 320. In 1960s, South Korea only 80 US dollar. In 2004, the Sri Lanka 1,182. South Korea 17,990. See the expenditure on R&D. Sri Lanka, we have spent only 0.13% of the total GDP. South Korea spent 3.3 over the total GDP. So we can see the problem. Then the low-tech apparel industry, where Sri Lanka getting a lot of income through the industry. There's a huge gap still. The low income of tourism, loss of income communities. Here if we take in South Asian region, there are 12 pillars where the innovation and the development of the country is measured. The first pillar, institutions, like that is growth, infrastructure. See the 12th pillar, innovation. So Sri Lanka, we are so behind the South Asian region. 11th pillar, business sophistication. 12th pillar is the lowest, that is innovation. Innovative work behavior is treated as a fundamental to the development of individual, organizational, and national level. In the emotional intelligence, the godfather of emotional intelligence, Goleman's theory says the individual's emotional intelligence expertise can open up the door for the generations of innovation ideas targeting problem solving. Diffusions of innovation theory, DOI, possessed the pressing need to have a supportive organizational culture in order to innovative ideas may flourish. Perceived organizational supportiveness and technological orientation appear to be creating a favorable environment within the organization. Emotional intelligent expertise, which is developed internally and that contributes to urging the innovative work behavior, has not received much attention. Research problem. how emotional intelligence expertise the employees can contribute to inculcate the innovative work behavior of employees with the facilitations of perceived organizational support units and technological orientation of the organizations. Proposed conceptual model. Proposition 1. Emotional intelligence expertise predicts the innovative work behavior of employees. Proposition 2. Emotional intelligence expertise affects the perceived organizational support units. Proposition 3. Perceived organizational support units affects the innovative work behavior of employees. Proposition 4. Perceived organizational support units mediates the relationship between emotional intelligence expertise and the innovative work behavior. Proposition 5. Technological orientation moderates the relationship between emotional intelligence expertise and the perceived organizational support units. Proposition 6. Technological orientation moderates the relationship between the perceived organizational support units and innovative work behavior. Proposed conceptual model. The methodology. Research paradigm, deductive research paradigm. The research design is a casualty design one. Research approach, quantitative approach. Survey method, cross-sectional study. Standardized instruments. Research site, we are planning to take biscuit industry in Sri Lanka. Unit of analysis, individual employees of biscuit manufacturing industry. Data analysis, appropriate univariate, bivariate and multivariate statistical techniques as appropriate. Significance of this study. For a country like Sri Lanka, the innovations are growth critical, particularly for us. Sri Lanka suffers from lower innovative capability, which is an essential drive to the country. There is a greater demand for policy reforms to enrich the innovations culture of the country. For a country to reach upward in terms of innovativeness, development and inculcations of innovative work behavior across the state and private sectors as paramount. Thus, the study determines innovative work behavior at organization level, would spot green lights on the roadmap to macro level capacity development policy initiatives, individual level, organization level, and national level. This concept paper suggests possible nexus of relationships among key variables for which theoretical and empirical literature is not adequately presented. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesuri and Janadari, and you're studying on the emotional intelligence expertise, the perceptual organizational support and the supportiveness for the innovation work behavior. I open to forums. Any question, please?
So, shall I ask
Yes.
a question, Rosima?
Yes, well.
Rohan, I think you are doing a study pertaining to your DBA. So, very good afternoon again, Rohan. Or mute line.
Hari.
Right.
So I was your good afternoon, sir. I was a student. I mean, that is in.
Yeah, I know that in the DBA program, no, Kalani DBA.
No, Open University MBA.
Open University, you have done the MBA also. Yes. Open MBA. Okay, great, good. Now this is something related to the emotional intelligence and all. I think there are certain articles published aligned with the perceived organization support and employee emotions. They are always talking about the moderation or mediation role of emotional intelligence. Now,
yes.
This is a research paper. What sort of a relationship you can see? Whether it is a kind of a moderation or the mediation?
Actually, now I am just perceived as a, as a moderating one.
Right, because I just want to tell you, if it is a case of a moderating or mediation, there are two different articles you can refer. one
Okay,
article,
sir.
I think you know the famous article of Baron and Kenny. Because if it is a case of moderation or mediation, there are certain
Okay.
conditions to be like fulfilled.
Okay, sir.
Simple thing, there should be a relationship between moderation and the independent variable, independent and dependent variable, and dependent and moderation. Even for
Okay,
the mediation also you have to apply. So you can read the Baron and Kenny article together with, there is one article of Fraser et al. So once you go through that, if you really concerned about the quantitative mechanism, qualitative is totally different now. But in Sri Lankan students, usually they prefer quantitative. Am I correct?
Yes,
Quantitative,
yes.
So it depends
Yes.
on the nature and all. So I just suggest you to refer that articles. So
Okay, sir. Thank you.
if you need, I also have the PDF documents and all. You can just contact us. Thank you very much.
Definitely,
Rohana.
definitely.
Thank you. All the best, Rona.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. Then, yeah, it's interesting. I think your studies continuing, is it?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am continuing with this study. I have the first chapter.
Yeah, the same
This-
question I'm asking this, you're putting your mediation and moderations and the emotional intelligence, expertise and perceptive organization supportiveness and innovative work behavior. So, because in your concept, your proposed conceptual work, maybe you cannot be concluded whether in moderation or in mediation. So you have to use the both. I think that is the important one thing. But my question is, how we are going to measure the innovative work behavior? That is important. Yeah, whatever you are conceptually have designed, but how you are going to work measure this all selected variable to whom, then which your sample populations. So all you are talking about Sri Lanka, but what is your populations then? The sample.
Actually, now, yes, sir. Now I am planning to take this biscuit industry as a whole, and the population out of the two major companies. That is the plan. Yeah. Especially the supervisory and the executive grade. Yeah. So they have these, capabilities of innovative things and all that. Like company also providing this opportunity for them to have this sort of a base. No, that's what.
Okay. But I'm asking this when you're talking about the emotional intelligence and also innovative work behavior, it is you have to select this certain level of the employee, certain level of the organization, but it's not reached to everybody.
Yes.
So that is the important thing. Okay. All the best. All the best. Good
Thank you, sir.
We'll see that you're finding in the future. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
We'll move next. Go on the 91. Impact of work from home on employee productivity with the reference to the Sri Lankan work community. Avajayani Hapugoda and Fernando and Harper. Over to you.
A very good day to all of you. In today's session, we are going to present you our study, The Impact of Work from Home on Employee Productivity with reference to the Sri Lankan work community. Today, our presentation unfolds as follows. First, we are going to discuss the study background, then the research problem and the objectives, next the hypothesis developed for the study and the methodology, next the data analysis part. Finally, we are going to discuss the implications, limitations, and future studies. When moving on to the study background of the current study, with the COVID-19 outbreak, most of the health guidelines were introduced and changed. People had to stay at home and practice good hygiene to slow down the transmission of this disease. This has resulted in a paradigm shift in the world, introducing a novel concept of work from home. Many could not refrain from this new normalcy, and it moved millions of employees to shift their workplaces to home all around the world. However, adapting to this work from home concept has made the organization more agile, better prepared for the crisis and has given the exposure to the employees to work across time, space, and organizational boundaries. When considering the research problem of the current study, owing to the experiencing of benefits and the numerous cost savings, it has led to the higher productivity due to the motivation to work from home. However, within the Sri Lankan context, studies were hardly found to validate the above drawn associations. Hence, the main objective of our study is to assess the impact of flexibility of work from home and motivation to work from home on employee productivity. By concerning the main objective, we have set the secondary objectives as well: to assess the perceived practicability of work from home, to assess the perceived level of agreement on flexibility, motivation, and employee productivity related factors of work from home, and finally, to find the perceived benefits of work from home to employees and organizations. When moving on to the next slide, here we have highlighted the hypothesis which we have proposed for the current study. Through the current study, we are going to check whether there is any significant association between flexibility of work from home and employee productivity. Further, we are going to identify whether there is any significant association between motivation to work from home and employee productivity. Based on the literature, we have developed a conceptual framework where the employee productivity is the dependent variable and flexibility of work from home and motivation to work from home are the independent variables. Moving to the next slide, here we are going to discuss the methodology of the current study. Our study was conducted employing a quantitative approach for which the data were collected by an online survey through a structured questionnaire which was designed based on the literature. 144 work from home employees were drawn into consideration on the convenience basis for the current study. Moving to the next slide, the figure depicts the profile of the sample considered for the current study. It was noted that majority of the respondents were in between 20 to 30 years of age and most of them were females who have employed in private sector. Moving to the next slide, under the data analysis, the perceived practicability of work from home was tested using mean values. The extent to which the employees think work from home suits their job has a mean of 3.708. However, the extent to which the company practice work from home has a mean value of 3.069. Hence, a gap could be observed which draws the attention of the companies towards the possibilities of expanding their scope in work from home practices. Aruni, it's over to you to continue the presentation.
The analysis was proceeded to the next stage where the association of the variables were observed using correlation analysis. Since variables are not normally distributed, Spearman's correlation coefficient was obtained, and as the associations are significant, regression analysis was conducted to test the hypothesis. Regression coefficients were statistically significant at 5% level of significance, which supported the established hypothesis. Therefore, it can be concluded that flexibility of working from home and motivation to work from home, both the independent variables, has a positive impact on employee work productivity. Moving on to perceived level of agreement on flexibility related factors, motivation related factors, as well as employee productivity related factors, they were tested using mean values. Mean values for all the measurement items of the three variables scored more than the average of 3, indicating a higher level of agreement for each item in the measurement scale. Another secondary objective of the study was to identify the perceived benefits of work from home to employees as well as to the organizations. Accordingly, respondents have highlighted increase of family time, freedom, relaxation, flexibility in managing work, work productivity, personal safety, as well as decrease of stress, traveling time and expenses, unnecessary social distractions, as perceived benefits of working from home to the employees. These were also endorsed by the previous literature. It was also identified certain benefits of working from home to the organizations as perceived by the respondents, such as savings from overhead costs for utilities, ensuring the safety of employees, improving employee work productivity, and enhancing job satisfaction of employees. All these were too supported by existing literature. When it comes to the implications of the current study, authors have contributed to the existing literature by extending the previous studies to the Sri Lankan setting. Furthermore, authors suggest a shift of traditional working culture to a contemporary setting, taking the employee perceptions into consideration as they highly perceive the practicability as well as numerous benefits of working from home. No study is without limitations, and it made no difference to the current study as well. Employment of convenience sampling technique was the main limitation of the current study, and it could be overcome by using a probability sampling technique in future studies. The sample consisted of employees from different industries, which is another limitation, and it is suggested to conduct future studies by narrowing down the scope to a certain industry. Also, only the perceived benefits were explored in the current study, hence it is suggested to explore the costs of work from home to both employees as well as organizations in future studies. It is also proposed to assess the effect of work from home on job stress and job satisfaction as an extension to the current study. These are the references, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And any questions from the forum? It's open to forum, please. So that means you are satisfied and productively working from home. Is it?
Siva.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Chanaka sir got a problem. He want to ask from the researchers. Mr. Chanaka Veerasekara.
Who is? Yeah, please, Professor Nalin, please. I can get you.
Now, the research methodology. In the research methodology, how you select the sample?
What is the mechanism? How did you select the sample?
Could you come again, sir?
What is the mechanism for you to select the sample, Puta?
We were planning to gather 384. This initial sample size was 384 according to the Morgan's table, but this was at the initial stage.
Magical figure,
Yes.
Yes.
So this was in the abstract level, and we are planning to go for extensions, and for that we have the required sample size, sir.
Yeah, because this 384, whatever the numbers we get is not that much materialized because of the pandemic situation. Because this, whatever is calculated by them, they don't like that. Also, you can take into consideration for the justification of that. Okay, Buddha, thank you. Thank you and all the best. Siva.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other, please? Yeah, because this employee perspective, maybe your study is an employee perspective, is it?
Yes, sir. From the employee perspective.
From the employee perspective. That is why you had a good positive feedback. Anyhow, it's good studies, and further, I would like to have, because you said it is extendable, but the employee perspective is very good, because then you will have a good results in the productive basis. So rather than employee perspectives testing productivity is something questionable, so you have to connect with the employee perspective as well, or expected standard in the productivity in a certain industry. So that will give a good results in the future. Thank you very much. All the best. The good research.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move. Yeah, there are few papers, and number 97, digital transformation in the learning amidst of COVID pandemic, is a group of authors: Gunasekara, Nisansala, Herath, Seneviratne, and Nilvala. Over to you.
Welcome. The digital transformation in online learning trends amid COVID-19 pandemic in Sri Lanka. R.P. Gunasekara, D.W. Nisansala, A.D. Herath,
Sound is not enough,
W.R.
please.
Seneviratne, W.M. Nilvala are the members of this research group. Outline of the presentation: research purpose, introduction to the research, research problem, methodology, data analysis, finding, and discussion. The purpose of this study is to examine the modern online learning trends amidst COVID-19 pandemic in Sri Lanka. The study explores how students have adapted latest and advanced technology in their education during the pandemic. As you all aware, COVID-19 is a severe pandemic, and WHO has recommended social distancing is one of the main remedial action to prevent, to reduce the spreading of the virus. The research problem: avoiding close contacts leads to nearly total closure of shops, schools, universities. During this lockdown era, the closing of education institutions hampered the education system, and therefore the teaching learning methods were negatively affected. It has been observed most of higher education institutes in Sri Lanka discontinued in-person lecturing. Still, it is uncertain to get back normal lecturing soon because social distancing, as it mentioned earlier, is mandatory, irrespective of the fact that vaccination is going on, and new Delta version of COVID-19 is also rapidly spreading in Sri Lanka. So the purpose of this study is to explore how students have adapted latest technology in their education during this pandemic period. So this is the research methodology. The main methodological approach: descriptive and inferential data analysis. So we are going to explain the trends, and we conducted a survey as a cross-sectional study during the second wave of the COVID pandemic in Sri Lanka. Data source basically primary as well as secondary. So the population is basically students attached to higher educational sector in Sri Lanka. We selected a simple random sample using self-administered questionnaire through the Google form. So our unit of analysis is individual students. Number of questionnaire we distributed approximately 3,000. So we got completed 447 questionnaire. Descriptive analysis. So this is the presentations of demographic factors. Most of the respondents are female, and they were unmarried. Majority of them were unmarried, and they are actually the bachelors. That means they are pursuing the degrees, and they were basically, majority of them were in between the age group 20 to 29. And adoptions of technology, how they use technical equipment. So you can see mobile phone is the most frequently used device, and laptop also using by majority. And when it comes to the operating system, Android as well as Windows 10 have been used by many users, and they belong at this one device, majority 56%. So Google Chrome has been the frequently used browser of the response. So when it comes to the online engagement, this image is clear reflections. The number of participants engagement in online platform has increased rapidly. So the per hours spent for online engagement per day has increased rapidly during the pandemic. And when it comes to the online access, so majority of them here 63.6 learners had used prepaid mobile data for online, and 30%, 30.5% use Wi-Fi or broadband. And actually, when it comes to the service provider, Dialog, Mobitel, and Sri Lanka Telecom are the main service providers. We inquire about their main difficulty in online logging. 43.3% mention domestic barrier as their main barrier. Apart from that, financial constraint, the second highest, and problem related to course content also. Sometime when they are following their programs, they had mentioned as the third major difficulty in online. And financial constraints, they highlighted they 27.1% of learners had financial constraints. So challenges mainly come from high monthly internet bill, connections bearing on non-settlement of bill expenditure, priority and low salary, and loss of income may be reason for these financial constraints. So to answer to the questions, the purpose of using online services, so majority 76.6% learners' purpose is learning and knowledge enhancement, while 48.3 mention their purpose is to gain knowledge around the world. And other main part of learners, they said the online banking service also one of the purpose of using online services. Some around 25.40 attempted to job seek or job searching job opportunities. We inquire about their video conferencing, so you can see clearly Zoom is the main service and WhatsApp is the second service. So it has been highlighted by their response. Online resources and portals in e-learning, 58% of learners log in through Google. YouTube also preferred by 25%. Online payments, when it comes to the online payments, so 51.7 of learners had purchased goods online, 50.6 had paid bills online. So the most preferred bank has been Bank of Ceylon and Commercial Bank and People's Bank when it comes to the preferred online banking service provider. Now we move to the inferential analysis. Previous one we just say descriptive, and this is we check their basic computer skills and their digital literacy from a Likert scale questionnaire. So we observed the skills on using Word, Excel, PowerPoint with digital literacy. You can see the correlation relationship. It is not that much of high, but still Word, PowerPoint correlation is 0.495 to 0.458. But when it comes to the Excel, correlation relationship is really very low. This is further reflected when it comes to the regression analysis. The relationship between Excel usage of Excel skills and digital literacy, it has been insignificant. That indicate most of the respondents are not that much of familiar with Excel, even though they are using online, they are using or they are in online platforms. And we inquire about their learning platform and digital literacy. So we just check Zoom, Moodle, Facebook, and YouTube. With the simple regression analysis, we understood irrespective of other factors, they are using all these online platforms, and they are significantly lead to digital literacy. Then we just check through an independent sample t-test. So gender and social media usage. So based on the result, it is clear there is no difference of usage of social media between males and females. They have same level of usage. We ran age category and digital literacy relationship with the help of ANOVA. Homogeneity test p-value is greater than 0.05. Once again, ANOVA p-value is more than 0.05, then it can be concluded age category had not impact on digital literacy. That means irrespective of age difference, all 4 age categories of respondents had used digital devices in online accessing and service consumption. We just check the age category and usage of learning management systems, LMS. So here we found the relationship is significant, that it can be concluded education categories had impact on LMS. So actually we ran the post hoc test. Then we understood postgraduate students are using LMS more than the rest of the categories. So that is how we just analyze this. And we come to the findings and discussion. We realize there is a mandatory requirement for learners to shift online learning, and findings reveal learners have spent more time for online learning. There is a significant relationship between basic computer skills, engagement in online learning platforms, and digital literacy. Learners have high tendency to use social media platform for independent learning. Irrespective of gender and age differences, all respondents had used online learning. However, when it comes to the LMS, postgraduates had higher trend to use it. Irrespective of barriers to online learning, positive argument related to online learning pedagogy are accessibility and affordability, flexibility, lifelong learning, independent learning. Negative argument related to online learning pedagogy are less personal attention, difficulties associated with modern technology usage, and cost of technical infrastructure, lower level of preparedness among learners. So these things were captured through the open-ended questions we utilized at the latter part of the our survey. So those are our findings and discussion. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Best wishes.
Thank you, Asanga and the team. Very good this research on the digital transformation in learning. Yeah, it's open to talk.
Asanga, I think congratulations is a very interesting study. I have one particular observation, Asanga, now, since this is a management track. So what sort of managerial implications you can have from the findings of the study?
Thank you, sir. Actually, we are in a pandemic, we all aware, and we are very highly concerned about the how students can get our services. Not only our services, but also the rest of the services. So point of view of the academic side, actually, we wanted to understand how students, right, get their academic services. So whether they have differences among their what is called habits. So apart, if I tell in the indirect way, apart from the management point of view, basically what we want to understand and clarify or clear how students during this pandemic go for the online services. So that is why we conduct this survey. So that is how I have to answer for that one, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
How to face that situation, how to overcome the problems in that period, how to face, how to manage this pandemic situation, how to face it successfully. So what type of problems are there?
Okay. Thank you, Asanga, and also very interesting. Yeah, and answering the Professor Nalin question also again, because this is very important. Yeah, you identify the different and also the tools and and also system and OS they are using, operational system they're using, which is for in management point of view, and whether the program designer or the instructor or delivers have to design the delivering system is used on these results. So, for example, how because our the postgraduate level students are using LMS, and most LMS preferred LMS. Yes, the most of the postgraduate studies maybe in LMS focus rather than other in the low level. Maybe they're very interest in Moodle, so very interested in the Zoom and different other social media platform, such as that is the way we have to think about in different mode in a different say in marketing point of view, niche market. We have niche market delivery, and thank you, Asanga. My question is here is very important. Question is, you identify 3,000 students and you receive the 23% response. See, there's a 347. That means my assumption is, so the who reach accessible and IT only you got it the message. For the unreached people, you didn't reach the unreached people. Is the most important thing. So how to reach these unreached people? Is already in their place. They are in a who respond already in the platform. However, minimum level they can access, they can continue. The problem is there's unreached people when they don't have access, even though they don't have knowledge to access, and there are different values. How to reach these people?
Thank you, Professor Sivalogadhasan, sir. The questionnaire is basically designed on the Google Form platform, but rather than sending through the emails, we use WhatsApp because we understood so many students who have mobile phone. So at present, people are really accessible. So the distance of the phone actually finger steps. So we distribute the questionnaire end of the day through the WhatsApp rather than email. So end of the day, up to certain extent, we believe those who have WhatsApp facility and the smartphone, they reach. Actually, I can't tell exactly how we have to capture the unreached because you have to have at least smartphone to join to the survey. That's the thing.
Okay, thank you. We have to think about different way how to reach the people to and then identify their issues as well.
True, sir. True.
Thank you so much. Thank you for congratulations all the team and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we moving the next 99, number 99. That's also very interesting. The influence of e-word of the mouth, the marketing on the student intention towards the selection of the management degree program, special reference to undergraduate degree open University of Sri Lanka. Maybe focusing our degree, the Lakshan and Ratnayaka. Over to you.
Reverend Principals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and dear research scholars. Today I am going to deliver my presentation on the topic of the influence of e-word of mouth marketing on the students' intention towards selection of management degree programs, special reference to undergraduates of the Open University of Sri Lanka. This is presented by UGC Lakshan along with TH Ratnayaka, Department of Marketing Management, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Here is the content, introduction and background, purpose of this study, literature review, methodology, validation of measurement skills, data presentation and analysis, discussion. Once we finish this presentation, you all will get an idea how this research importance for OUSL and higher educational institutions, importance for potential students who wish to follow management degree programs, importance for social media advertisers. The social media and internet has become one of the most influential aspects of individuals' life. People have changed their behavior patterns and mostly they rely on the information provided by online platforms. Among all the social networking sites, nowadays e-word of mouth marketing has become a highly effective method in marketing and which has surpassed all advertising efforts. Electronic word of mouth marketing can be identified as one of the key marketing elements which is growing rapidly with the development of online platforms in the world. In accordance with the literature point of view, degree selection is a high consumer involvement purchase as most of the students follow their bachelor's degree once in their lifetime. So here I have taken some of the social media posts which are related to the BMS degree program. So here we mostly concern about the number of comments, the quality of the reviewer, the credibility of the reviewer, the quality of the comments, the argument quality, etc. So customers no longer depend on only the provided information from company sites. So here I would like to ask you a question. If you are a rational consumer, do you only believe the information provided on company sites, or are you aware of the posts or reviews posted by some other third parties relevant to that particular product? So that's what we are talking in this research. Marketers are trying to encourage consumers to create and spread word of mouth communication. So here we come to the purpose of our study. The main purpose of our study is to identify the influence of e-word of mouth marketing on students' intention towards selection of management degree programs. Our special reference area is the undergraduates of the Open University of Sri Lanka. So there are a lot of literature pertaining to this literature review part. So some researchers have defined e-word of mouth in different ways. So I will here bring the most important quotations quoted from some of the most related researchers for e-word of mouth. In 2006, Batterjee indicated that e-word of mouth marketing as the influencing strength of comments provided in a message, and Henning Tharoti has defined e-word of mouth as positive and negative statements. There are a lot of literature review parts pertaining to this research and I will skip some of these. So here we come to the one of the most important variable in our research study. Here we concern the quality of the users' reviews. The most users study the measure of how the reviews quality is logical, can be trusted and real, truthful and accurate. Here we also concern about the argument quality, the quality of the reviewer, the quality of the message. So it will be discussed further in the next step in our research. So here we come to our second variable, the e-word of mouth quantity. The e-word of mouth quantity represents the number of comments, volume, and the length of time. And some other past researchers have added some other certain dimensions to measure the quantity, and also it will be further discussed in our conceptual model. Here we come to the third variable of our research study regarding to the e-word of mouth credibility. The e-word of mouth credibility represents, especially in past researcher Wang in 2015 defined, the degree to which perceives the recommendation from others, the degree to which an individual perceives the recommendation from others. So credibility has also some dimensions, and it will be also discussed. So now we come to our conceptual model, which can be considered at the heart of this research, and there are three independent variables, namely keyword of mouth quality, quantity, and credibility. As it mentioned earlier, the keyword of mouth quality has three dimensions: argument quality, reviewer's expertise, and the usefulness. On the other end, word of mouth quantity is comprised with the amount of information received, level of involvement, and the membership length. And also the word of mouth credibility is comprised with reviewer's credibility, trust in message, and source credibility. Where also we can consider the dependent variable is the intention to select the management degree, and it has three certain dimensions: student preference, level of selection, and the received motivation level. Here I should say this is a hybrid conceptual model, and which was designed by adding and combining the ideas from Isemajilao in 2019 and Hannady in 2019. So here we come to our hypothesis. Our first alternative hypothesis is quality of electronic word of mouth marketing has a significant influence on intention of management degree selection. Our second alternative hypothesis is quantity of electronic word of mouth marketing has a significant influence on intention of management degree selection. And the third alternative hypothesis is credibility of electronic word of mouth marketing has a significant influence on intention of management degree selection. Research design, cross-sectional design, we use survey method. Unit of analysis, individual Facebook user. Population, undergraduates who have been registered for BMS degree program in the period of 2016 to 2020 and the potential students who wish to follow BMS degree program. Sampling technique, convenience sampling. Sample size 283. Contact method was personal and online. Data analysis was done by using a statistical package for social sciences. Here we come to the data presentation and analysis. So here it should be mentioned 78% of the data are coming from female respondents and only 21% of the data are coming from male respondents. So if we come to the age of the respondents, 37% of the respondents' age belongs to 33 to 37 years. Now we come to the social media usage time period. So 36% of the respondents have been using social media for 5 to 7 years. Next we come to, so if we were asked, are you an undergraduate or wish to follow BMS? So it should be mentioned 75% of respondents are existing undergraduates, and only 24% are potential candidates who wish to follow BMS degree. We come to the scale for verification. Here it should be mentioned we conducted reliability test and validity test before we conducting the regression and correlation. So all tests have been fulfilled, and hereby we should mention that converge alpha of each and every variable is higher than 0.7. So reliability test is fulfilled, and also the validity test was conducted, and where the validity test was fulfilled. Now we come to the data analysis and findings, and here it should be mentioned the quality and credibility has strong positive correlationship, and the coefficient of the quality is 0.822, and the Pearson correlation of credibility is 0.870, so which has a strong positive correlationship, and also quantity has moderate positive correlationship, which has 0.623. And we come to the regression analysis, simple linear regression analysis, where we can mention R square 0.676. So it can be mentioned the variance of dependent variable is explained by the independent variable. So it should be mentioned 67% of the dependent 7% of the variance of dependent variable is explained by the independent variable electronic word of mouth quality. And where we can conclude, and also H1A, our first hypothesis is accepted because the p-value of word of mouth quality is less than 0.05. 0.05 is the benchmark, and the value of p-value is less than 0.05 in here. And also the equation can be summarized as y equals 0.667 plus 0.869 into x1. Hypothesis is accepted. And now we come to the second hypothesis and our second variable, and also the electronic word of mouth quantity. And our second hypothesis is also accepted since the p-value is less than 0.05, and where the R square is 0.388, it should be mentioned that the variance of dependent variable is explained by the independent variable. So 38% of the variance of dependent variable is explained by independent variable electronic word of mouth quantity. And it is shown here the equation of simple linear regression. Okay, let's come to our third alternative hypothesis. We are also third alternative hypothesis is accepted and null hypothesis is rejected. As we mentioned earlier, here also the R square is 0.758. As mentioned earlier, 75% of the variance of dependent variable is explained by independent variable, the electronic word of mouth credibility. And the equation can also be summarized as y equal 1.022 plus 0.768 into x3. Apart from the simple linear regression, we conducted multiple regression analysis. Here also all three alternative hypotheses were accepted since the p-value of all three variables is less than 0.05. So here it is mentioned the R square. So it also conclude that 80% of the variance of dependent variable is explained by independent variables. So here it is also mentioned the equation of multiple regression analysis. So without wasting your valuable time, I would like to come to the discussion part. The findings reveal that word of mouth marketing has a significant impact on student intention, where all these factors have a significant influence, and among those, word of mouth credibility is the most influential factor, which it had a better standardized coefficient when compared with other two variables. Studying the influence of word of mouth on student intention toward degree selection is essential for both OUSL and potential degree applicants. The findings will enable OUSL to think beyond the advertising effort. Further findings are helpful for other profit-oriented higher education institutions. As this highly focused on comments, reviews, and likes, the findings will be highly effective for social media managers and advertisers to maintain their social media groups and fan pages. Moreover, findings revealed word of mouth credibility is more powerful, which is different from previous findings. It is advisable for future researchers to use different variables other than what this research has been used. Further, the data should be collected both in online and offline methods. So thank you very much for joining with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Laksan and Tarindu. Very interesting research, and yeah, it's very useful and open floor.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Siva. I think as you clearly mentioned, it is very important and interesting presentation. Now you discuss about the electronic word of mouth credibility as one of the influential factor. Most of the influential factors like we have to always address. If you take the Bachelor of Management Studies BMS as a like brand, we are talking about branding and all. What about the factors such as trust, message content, high involvement and all in order to like affect for the credibility? Anything you observed? Factors such as trust, high involvement and the content of the message?
Yes, sir. According to the literature, they have provided credibility. According to the credibility part, those dimensions have been included. So, as I mentioned in the articles, so this is a hybrid conceptual model. So, our main three variables include those dimensions.
Okay, Putta. Thank you, Putta. Thank you.
Thank you. I have small questions and from the both of you, and it's very, very interesting. And question is, yeah, your sample and respondent, you say more than 70% are the current student, nearly 30% interns. You see, prospective students. So your focus on the prospective students.
Yes.
So my question is, generalizing the results for the prospecting student is whether it's valid or that, and things. How did you separate and test the intention students group? How their influence in a certain variable?
Mainly, sir, the data was collected. These are the data came from the research. So 75% are existing undergraduates. So even in the data collection method, I have some issue regarding how to collect the data, because
that's our questions. Yes.
Yes, most of the male respondents are some issue. Most of the male respondents are not encouraged to fill the question. So that is the thing. Otherwise, we posted these questions even in some other groups related to BMS degree. So there are a lot of people and who wish to follow BMS, and also there's some undergraduates. So in this research, the more and the existing undergraduates are more encouraged to fill the question.
Yeah.
So that's the issue, sir.
Okay, thank you. All the best.
Into that, actually, we didn't consider that particular factor as a controllable or a moderating variable, because we are planning to do a an ethnography study in future to study the qualitative part of that study.
Thank you. All the best, Tarindu. Yes.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
luck. Okay. And
thank you.
Yeah, we are end of the session. We are come to the last paper. Yeah, it's a long out. All but the very good news is all very interesting, and also all are participants. So the last paper is 101. The impact of accountants' role on the sustainability of business empirical study on SME in Sri Lanka. Isara, Japaratne, and maybe Asanga Senevara. I say Senevara. Over to you, please.
Welcome, I am Ishara Mohadirala, Department of Accounting and Finance, Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Today our research topic is the impact of accountants' role on sustainability of business, empirical study on SMEs in Sri Lanka. The outline: introduction to the research, research problem, research questions, research objectives, conceptual framework, research hypothesis, operationalization of variables, research methodology, data analysis, conclusion and recommendations. Introduction to the research. The purpose of this study is to examine the professional accountants' role on sustainability of business in SMEs in Sri Lanka. At present day, the professional accountant's role has been so challenging. It is so challenging to make through the sustainability. Sustainability is a business approach to creating long-term value by taking into consideration how a given organization operates in the ecological, social and economic environment. Sustainability is built on the assumption that developing such strategies foster company longevity. For an example, Wigmore 2013 sustainability has stated like this: sustainability of business, known as corporate sustainability, is the management and coordination of environmental, social and financial demands and concerns to ensure responsible, ethical and ongoing success. This study has been conducted through a sample of professional accountants of SMEs in Sri Lanka. Research problem. According to the SME Policy Framework 2016 and SME White Paper 2002 and some scholars' research findings, SMEs in Sri Lanka have inherent problems. Most of the owners of SMEs have hired out professional accountants in order to deal with many inherent problems, as well as practical problems like sourcing of finance, working capital management, debt management, and maintaining financial records. Therefore, the responsibility of the sustainability of business has been shifted to professional accountants from owners. Then the role of professional accountants has been so critical. Here in this study, the main problem is how does the professional accountant navigate the business in order to achieve business sustainability. Because with the competition of other similar business as well as cheaper imports, the sustainability of Sri Lankan SMEs is very doubtful. Hence, the role of professional accountants will critically contribute to the sustainability of business. Research questions. There are 4 research questions in this research. What are the roles played by professional accountants? What are the determinations of sustainability? How do roles played by accountant impact on sustainability? What are the specific relationships in role performed by accountants on sustainability of business? Research objectives. There are also 4 objectives in this research: to identify the role of professional accountants and its impact on business sustainability, to identify determinants in sustainability of business, to investigate the sustainability and the role of professional accountants in business, to analyze specific relationships in role performed by accountants on sustainability of business. Conceptual framework. There are 6 independent variables in this research: bookkeeping, staying up to date, correction of errors, financial acumen, preparing financial statements and maintaining report. Dependent variable is sustainability of business in this research. Research hypothesis. This research is conducted to address the following alternative hypotheses: bookkeeping is significantly influenced on sustainability of business. Staying up to date is significantly influenced on sustainability of business. Correction errors are significantly influenced on sustainability of business. Financial acumen is significantly influenced on sustainability of business. Preparing financial statements are significantly influenced on sustainability of business. Maintaining reporting significantly influence on sustainability of business. Operationalization of variables. Research methodology. Data collection method. Primary data will gathered through a structured questionnaire from professional accountants in SMEs in Sri Lanka. Secondary data will also collected mainly from previous research articles, journals, publications of appropriate authorities, industry-related magazines, and the internet. Data set and sample. The research will conducted from a sample of professional accountants in the SMEs in Sri Lanka. 100 professional accountants from SMEs were selected to the research. Quantitative research approach will use in this study. A pilot study will conducted by administering the initial structured questionnaire developed by the researcher. The questionnaire will design on Likert 5 rating scale: strongly disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. The SPSS statistical software will use to analyze the data. Data analysis. Table 1 ANOVA. This is the table that shows the output of the ANOVA analysis and whether there is a statistically significant with the p-value of 0.000, which is less than the 0.05 significant levels. This means there is a statistically significant relationships among the variables. Table 2 Model Summary. Model summary stated R values for correlation between independent and dependent variables. The R square value in this case is 0.776. This tells us that the 6 independent variables in our model account for 77.6% variance in the dependent variable. Since the ANOVA table value is significant, it can be concluded that the model is moderately good and there may be some other factors which account for 22.4% of variance in the dependent variable. That is sustainability of the small and medium-sized business. The adjusted R gives us some idea of how well our model generalizes, and ideally we would like its value to be the same or very close to the value of R square. Therefore, this model basically implies that independent variable account for 77.1% variation in the dependent variable. In short, it is said that the role of professional accountants account for 77.1% of the sustainability of business. Table 3 Regression Analysis. According to the above table, 5 independent variables are significant. Those are bookkeeping, staying up to date, financial acumen, preparing financial statements, and maintaining report. It is significant at 0.01 level. One and only independent variable correction errors are not significant in this study. Tables 4 Results of hypothesis. There are 6 independent variables in this research. 5 independent variables are accepted and only 1 independent variable is rejected in this research. Conclusion. The main issue of this study is the professional accountant's lack of professional competency. The research issue and its significance were stressed with practical cases within Sri Lankan context as well as international level. Many previous research findings were supported for this argument. Accountants need to engage more in issues of sustainability of business if they are to broaden their involvement and the role of accounting, how support to the sustainability of business to address the issue of professional accountants role, the researcher presumed that bookkeeping, staying up to date, correction errors, financial acumen, preparing financial statements, and maintaining report have impact on sustainability of business. Then attempts were taken to develop or enhance knowledge and application dimension of the independent factors. Therefore, it is mandatory to ensure the causal relationship between independent and dependent factors. Initial pre-assumption was that there are role of professional accountants significantly influence on sustainability of business. This perception was validated by the outcome of regression analysis. Then it can be concluded that bookkeeping, staying up to date, financial acumen, preparing financial statements, and maintaining report have positive or direct relationship with sustainability of business. Recommendations. Based on the outcomes of this research, the researcher presents following recommendations as to how future studies should be conducted. In order to meet the hypothesis, the author suggested future researchers must have a large sample size. It is recommended to enhance their existing level of education and professional experience, particularly on financial and accountancy knowledge. Continuous professional accounting education programs will help professional accountants in SMEs to enhance their existing level of knowledge of accounting and business management. Future research could extend this initial exploration to provide more understanding among SMEs in terms of the role of professional accountants who can work for sustainability of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, studying a professional accountant role for the sound sustainable business in SME is very important factor. And yeah, any discussion forum? Yeah, I would like to raise the Asanga theme, this professional accountant role. That is, yeah, my question is on sustainability of the business. How did you define the sustainability of business and how did you measure this sustainability business? One thing. And any idea of this financial accounting, the one hypothesis rejected and on sustainable business and why?
Sir, just thank you, sir. Now, for the on behalf of the Ishara, I would give you an answer. Actually, Ishara is our fourth-year graduates, so she conducted this study during the first wave of the pandemic in Sri Lanka, and we encounter our SMEs are running with very difficulties, irrespective of fact that they have some sort of professional accountant. So initially, the dependent variable of sustainability was measured from two dimensions. That means financial indicators and non-financial indicators. If we take financial indicators like, for example, the sales and the net profit, net wealth, those are the financial indicators. And in terms of the non-financial, the customer relationship, the market share, or the supplier network, all those things were considered. Basically, 8 Likert scale questions were used for that. So, so that is how basically we measure the dependent variable, the sustainability. It is depending purely on the literature.
Thank you. Any answer from the rejected hypothesis?
Yeah, yes, Ishara, do you comment on this? The one hypothesis actually rejected. Actually, the reasons are now during the pandemic, owners, what we understood, owners are out of control. So the accountant is given the role of safeguarding the business. So they are doing so many corrections, right? This correction of error sometimes may be out of the policies, right? Sometimes you depreciate the assets, which reduce the profit. But in order to show the profits, you may reduce the depreciation rate. Likewise, in accounting terminology or accounting practices, we call it actually window dressing. So, but when we conduct the survey, we understood, so that part is neglecting and it was rejected. Other things actually, in terms of the professional accountant role, those are accepted as we wished.
Okay, thank you.
Professor
Any
Sivagala,
others?
yeah, this is Trikavala here.
Yes, welcome, Professor Trikavala. Yes.
Yeah. Well, what is the significant level that you use for the rejecting the hypothesis? As I understood, it's 95%, right?
95%, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah. So if it is 90%, then it is still acceptable, as I saw the figures that probability level.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually,
so that
we
is
did
just
not take it.
Yeah. Just to mention.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Even if we go for the 90%, that is also accepted, but we did not want to take that one because sometimes it will not be a true, because all the variables become accepted, it may not be realistic. So that's why we genuinely got that one.
That is why I'm asking this, because of the all the literacy and everything recommending this with this scenario, if they're rejecting, there may be some reasons. That is why there will be some reason. Maybe something changed that has to be identified. That is it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you. And also this is last. And also we had these sessions in long session from 9:45 to now, 14 papers and different management issues, work-life balance, financial and innovations, and also the pandemic, studying on the e-learning patterns and customer satisfactions, employee retentions, all. Thank you very much. And also happy to see all of the researchers and participated. And again, and thank you very much and all the best. And
thank you.
We will continue, and another session will start in another few minutes. All the best.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee of the Open University Research Sessions and behalf of the team convener of agriculture, Dr. Buddhika Aruggoda, it is my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Sunil Trikavala as the chairperson of this session on agriculture. Dr. Trikavala graduated from the Faculty of Agriculture of the University of Peradeniya with an honors degree. He has a master's degree from the University of Guelph, Canada, and he also obtained his PhD from the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. He has joined the Open University of Sri Lanka as a senior lecturer in 2012, and he was also the head of the department from 2012 to 2015. And he has also held key positions such as Chief Student Counselor, Research Coordinator, and the Chairperson of the Faculty Qualification Evaluation Committee. He has a good publication record with journal articles, book chapters, and conference proceedings locally as well as internationally. Without further ado, I would like to now hand over the session to Dr. Sunil Trikavala. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon and to all of you, and thank you very much, Dr. Vijayanaka, for your nice introduction. So this is I think the last session. Going with some few parallel sessions, and as I understand that there is another session on agriculture chaired by Dr. Buddhika Aruggoda, and as I noted, there is another session. In fact, I am impressed with the number of papers accepted for ours 2021 in the area of agriculture. So there are, I think, 24 papers from agriculture sector. So, you must be very familiar with the proceedings by now. Anyway, for your knowledge, each paper has 15 minutes for presentation as well as for the discussion. I mean the question and answers. And since there is a great heterogeneity within the papers, even though it is in the broad area of agriculture. So I would like to have the discussion soon after the presentation, each presentation. So without much delay, because we are behind the time, let me start the presentation. The first presentation is on assessment of soil properties and yield under diverse cropping systems in alphisols for maize. And this paper has been authored by A.M.S.U.M. Attanayaka, D.M.S. Duminda, and C.S. De Silva. And the paper will be presented by A.M.S.U.M. Attanayaka. Over to you. Can we have the presentations on? And before that, I would like to give one more announcement. So the presenter should have their mic as well as the video on for the discussion at the end of the presentation. Okay, can we have the first presentation, please?
I am Sachinta Attanayaka, and my supervisors were Professor Shanti De Silva and Dr. D.M.S. Duminda. My topic was assessment of soil properties and yield under diverse cropping systems in alphisols for maize crop. For an overview, I would say this research is a part of a main project which compared diverse cropping systems during its transition period under the supervision of Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. In our conventional agricultural system, our farmers are enslaved into use synthetic fertilizers and other chemical inputs. Majority of them focus to get higher yields easily without a wait. But at present, there is a developing resistance against conventional farming, especially with inorganic chemical inputs. So, majority of the society, scientists and agricultural resource persons suggested organic or integrated nutrient management as an alternative approach. But there are farmers who hold the myth
that organic may not be able to profit them without knowing the science behind it. Also, we would not be able to jump from conventional to organic at once because a product gets certified as organic only if they cultivable under organic conditions and organic land. So the transition period is the time which a conventional cropping land takes to enrich as an organic land. Thus, there is a lack of research and awareness about this transition period in Sri Lanka. We have compared 3 farming systems within its first transition year and look forward what will happen to the soil and crop yield. With an aim to evaluate the soil fertility related parameters and its relationship to crop yield during the transition period from conventional system to alternative systems in maize crop during the yellow season. This research was conducted during 2019 yellow season in Puliyankulama, Anuradhapura. There were 3 treatment combinations: T1 conventional input system with all chemical inputs and T3 organic system with all organic inputs. T2 was reduced input system with half-half from both T1 and T3 by volume. And Pacific hybrid maize variety was used as the crop type. Experimental design was randomized complete block design together with 6 replicates for each treatment combination. Soil samples were collected according to zigzag soil sampling pattern from 3 stages: initial stage, pre-other sowing, 50% tasting stage, and at the harvest stage. And I have done following soil analysis. These are the yield parameters I have measured for maize crop. And data was analyzed using ANOVA procedure in SAS using mixed effect models. In here, it is a brief summary of initial field condition. This field comes under alkisol soil catena and loamy sand textural group. It is having higher sand percentage and low clay percentage. This higher sand percentage led the soil to higher water percolation and infiltration. Therefore, nutrients may infiltrate easily. And low clay percentage might be results of low organic matter content. Therefore, it do not have enough binding sites for cations. So low ammonium nitrogen and low cation exchange capacity might be result of this textural group. These are the ANOVA results of effect of input system and time stage on soil parameters. Thus, I have done many of soil parameter analysis. I am only going to present 3 of them, which was significant with input system and input system with time stage interaction. This graph is about influence on the ammonium nitrogen with the comparison of input systems. It has recorded highest value with conventional input system and lowest value with organic input system. In here, it is the influence on the available phosphorus and nitrate nitrogen with the comparison of input system and time stage. When considering the available phosphorus, at initial stage, all 3 input systems have in very low amount, and when it comes to tasking stage, it also does not show any significant difference with 3 input systems. But at harvest stage, conventional and reduced systems does not show any significant difference, while organic system records the highest value with greater significant difference. And when it comes to nitrate nitrogen, again there's no significant difference at initial stage, but when it comes to 50% tasking stage, conventional system and organic system has significant difference among each other because conventional record somewhat higher values other than organic. And but it has contrast when it comes to harvest stage. Conventional records significantly low value compared to organic, and organic record the highest value at harvest stage. So I want to mentioned that in both available phosphorus and nitrate nitrogen, in organic system, it has gradually increased when it comes to end of the season. In here, it is the effect of input system on maize yield parameters, and these are the ANOVA results. Except 100 seed weight, all the other parameters give significant difference with each input system. In here, we can see both number of kernels per cob and number of yield kernels per row gives higher values with conventional system and lowest value with organic system. But the thing I want to emphasize is the barren plant per hectare rate, because conventional system is having negligible number of barren plants while organic is having around 6,000 barren plants per hectare. So this is mainly influence the final grain yield of each input systems. Conventional system records around 6 tons per hectare while organic records around 2 tons per hectare. There's a huge difference, and it might be greatly influenced with this barren plant per hectare rate. To conclude all, I would say if we inoculate organic manure into our cultivable soil, it takes time to build up desirable soil properties in that soil, because it takes time to decompose and make it available to plant uptake. And thus this research was established in 2018-19 Mahaseason. This year was the end of its first transition year, and this whole year has significantly contributed to build up soil available phosphorus and nitrate nitrogen in organic management system. But maize crop did not produce optimum yield with both organic and reduced input systems. This might be greatly influenced with lower nutrient availability at critical growth stages, because from V5 to V10 of maize crop is very critical, especially for nitrogen nutrient. So it might be adversely affect the crop growth and yield within first transition year. I would like to suggest if we can apply legume or green manure crop prior the season, it would be help to enrich the soil with nitrogen, and there's a potential to build up integrated nutrient management to get more yield with maize crop. We can increase the organic fertilizer ratio and decrease the chemical fertilizer. And further studies will be needed to overcome problems faced by farmers when they adapted to integrated nutrient management or organic management, because many of them are greatly considerable about profit and yield, and the composition of compost should be monitored in organic input system before applying. Thank you.
Okay, the presentation is now open for discussion. Any questions from the audience? Okay, well, I have a question if anybody is not asking. So, what do you expect in the future there? Because now we are in the transition stage, right? So, when the time goes on, would you expect a yield improvement with the organic fertilizer application?
Yes, sir. Because we can hypothesize according to literature I found, organic system build up the soil properties gradually with the transition period. It may take around 3 to 5 years, and end of the transition period, we can expect higher yield from organic input system.
Yes, as according to my knowledge, I think at Batalagoda, they have done the same research with rice for many years, right? But what they have found is no improvement in the yield. Am I correct? So, but you expect for maize, there will be a yield improvement over time.
Yeah, the following paper is on rice, so you can see the results there.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, then we can move on to the next one. The next presentation is on assessment of soil properties and yield under different input systems in alphisols for rice crop. And this paper is authored by the same research group, and the paper is again presented by AMSUM Attanayak. Over to you. Can we have the presentation on, please?
I am Sachindra Attanayaka, and my supervisors were Professor Shanti De Silva and Dr. TMS Dominder. My topic was assessment of soil properties and yield under different input systems in alphisols for rice crop. As we know, Sri Lankan agriculture spent larger extent for rice crop in both seasons, Yala and Maha. It is characterized with high yielding hybrids and synthetic chemical inputs, which cause many hazardous problems to ourselves as well as to our surrounding. So, at the moment, there are people who are against this typical system and looking for sustainable approaches. But still, there's lack of research activities and awareness among our society. Though they know these organic or integrated nutrient managements will be the best, they feel guilty to lose their yield. Yes, we cannot get the yield same as conventional farming via organic farming at once, but it should go on through a transition period. This is the time which takes to convert conventional land into an organical land. It may vary from 3 to 5 years, according to the literature. So in our research, we have compared 3 systems with an objective to evaluate the soil fertility related parameters and its relationship to crop yield during the transition period from conventional input system to alternative systems in rice crop during the Yala season. This research was conducted during 2019 Yala season in Puliyankulama, Anuradhapura. There were 3 treatment combinations: T1 conventional input system with all chemical inputs and T3 organic system with all organic inputs. T2 was a reduced input system with half-half from both T1 and T3 by volume. Crop type was rice BG300 hybrid variety. Experimental design was randomized complete block design with 6 replicates for each treatment combinations. Soil sampling was done according to zigzag soil sampling pattern from 3 stages: initial stage prior the sowing, 50% heading stage, and at the harvest stage. I have completed following soil analysis, and these are the yield parameters I have measured, and all the data was analyzed using ANOVA procedure in SAS using mixed effect models. In here, it is a summary of initial field conditions. This field comes under alphisol soil catena and loamy sand textural group. So there were a higher sand percentage and low clay percentage. This higher sand percentage may lead the soil to higher water percolation and infiltration. Therefore, nutrient may infiltrate easily, for example, nitrate, nitrogen. And this low clay percentage may lead to low organic matter content, therefore fewer binding sites for cations. For example, it results low ammonium nitrogen and low cation exchange capacity. And these are the ANOVA results of effect of input system and time stage on soil parameters. Thus, I have done many of soil parameter testings. I'm only going to present 4 of them, which were significant with input system and time stage interaction. Following graphs are about influence on the microbial biomass carbon and ammonium nitrogen with the comparison of input system and time stage. When considering microbial biomass carbon, both conventional and reduced input systems does not show any significant difference throughout the season, but in organic it has fluctuated significantly within each stage. In ammonium nitrogen, reduced and organic input systems does not show any significant difference throughout the season, while conventional system records the highest value around 100% milligram per kilogram in 50% heading stage. In here, it is about influence on the available phosphorus and nitrate nitrogen with the comparison of input system and time stage. In available phosphorus, both conventional and reduced input systems does not show any significant difference among time stages, but in organic input system it has gradually increased and record highest levels in both 50% heading stage and harvest stage. When considering nitrate nitrogen, conventional and reduced systems does not show any significant difference, but organic system has again gradually increased and record the highest value at harvest stage. And I want to consider that conventional system records somewhat higher value at 50% heading stage, while organic record lowest value there. And these are the ANOVA results of effect of input system on rice yield parameters. Only the number of grains per panicle and 1000 grain weight gives significant difference with each input system. In here, we can see number of grains per panicles and 1000 grain weight both gives highest value with conventional input system and lowest value with organic input system. And when it comes to final grain yield, there is no significant difference occurs with conventional and reduced system, but organic records lower value around 2 and 3 tons per hectare compared to conventional system. To conclude all, I would say if we inoculate organic manure into a paddy soil, it needs time to build up desirable soil properties because it required considerable time to decompose the materials and make it available to plant uptake. As this research established in 2018-19 Mahaseason, this yellow season was the end of its first transition year. An organic management system in its first transition year significantly contribute to build up soil available phosphorus and nitrate nitrogen. When it comes to final grain yield, conventional and reduced input system produce final yields for rice crop which is not significantly different from each other. Therefore, it is recommended to replace 50% inorganic chemical fertilizers with organic manure for rice crop under submerged conditions. So finally, I would like to suggest to apply a legume or green manure crop in interseason prior the main season would be an advantage to enrich the nitrogen content of the soil. And also, there's a larger potential to develop integrated nutrient management system for rice crop. Maybe it can be developed with more organic manure content and less chemical fertilizer rather than 50 to 50. And further studies will be needed to overcome problems faced by farmers when they adapted to these sustainable approaches like integrated nutrient management or organic management, because the main consideration of a typical farmer is the profit and the final grain yield. And also I would like to suggest we should apply organic manure or compost with the non-composition into our organic input systems. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Well, I think we have listened to a couple of presentation quite similar. The difference is the crop, main difference. I think the audience should have some questions.
Yes, Ms. Sattanayake, what do you mean by microbial carbon or something you mentioned?
We cannot hear you. You have to unmute. You have to unmute. Sattanayake. Okay.
Soil and use soil form to kill the microbes in the soil, and we are seeing the carbon content within the soil related to the fresh microbial biomass. Carbon finally we get from the soil.
Your line is not clear actually. I couldn't hear what you said. I don't know whether Dr. Veerakudi got the answer. Have you got the answer, Dr. Veerakudi?
Not very clear, so I don't know.
You can put it in the chat, Sachintya.
Yeah. Right, I have a technical question, one. That interaction effect, was it significant? Growth stage and the input system?
Yes, for some parameters.
For some parameters.
Yes,
You
pH,
can
microbial biomass, carbon, two available nitrogen forms, and available phosphorus.
Did you consider it in results?
Oh. Yes, in the table I have considered.
Okay, great. Answer in the chat for the Dr. Veerakudi's question. Any other question? Right, if there is no any more questions, then we can move on to the next presentation. The third presentation is about the growth, physiology, and meat abundance in rice under diverse input systems in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. This paper was authored by P.D. Aryasena, C.S. De Silva, D.A.U.D. Devasinghe, D.M.D. Disanayake. And the paper will be presented by P.D. Aryasena. Can we have the presentation slides on? I mean the recording on.
Hello everyone, I am Prabhat Aryasena and my topic is growth, physiology and weed abundance in rice under diverse input systems in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Dry zone is the major rice growing area in Sri Lanka and mostly the cultivation is done by using chemical inputs. And there are many negative impacts of this conventional method regarding human health, environment and farm economics. Due to the negative impacts of this conventional crop production model, there is a substantial interest on moving towards sustainable alternative input systems. And there is a huge knowledge gap in the country about organic farming and integrated nutrient management methods. Therefore, this research was conducted to fill that knowledge gap and establish better crop management strategies for organic and low input systems. These are my objectives: to compare plant growth, physiology and yield parameters in 3 different input systems during the yellow season, and to understand the effect of different input systems on weed abundance and weed competition in rice during the season. The research was conducted at Farm of Faculty of Agriculture, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka, and there were 3 treatments: conventional, integrated and organic. In conventional system, 100% nitrogen supplied by an inorganic fertilizer application recommended by the Department of Agriculture, and in the integrated system, reducing the inorganic and organic fertilizer system by 50%, and in the organic system, 50% nitrogen supplied by organic fertilizers, and the nitrogen content of the organic fertilizer was previously calculated to determine the relevant rate to get to the required nitrogen content. And there were 3 replicate blocks for each treatment combination, and the BG300 variety was used, and the randomized complete block design was the design. The input systems were defined based on the elemental nitrogen supply and the sources. In the organic system, the phosphorus and potassium rates were not standardized. The amount of these two elements were dependent on the quality of materials used to supply nitrogen. And this table shows you the amounts of mineral nutrients and the organic sources added to the conventional and integrated systems. This is the field layout and the plot preparation. One plot was created as 15 meter by 6 meter size, and 6 plots prepared for one treatment. Herbicides were applied to the conventional and integrated systems, but not to the organic system. And considering the severity of the insect, pest and disease conditions, chemicals were added to the conventional and integrated systems. Neems are a neem-based commercial organic pesticide was applied to the organic system. Data collection. Plant growth parameters were measured at seedling, panicle initiation, 50% heading and harvesting stages. Plant physiological parameters were measured at panicle initiation and 50% heading stage. Weed parameters were measured at seedling, 50% heading and harvesting stage. And yield parameters were measured at harvesting stage. Here I have listed all the growth parameters, weed parameters, yield parameters and physiological parameters that I have measured, and this picture shows some of the equipments that I used to measure these parameters. Data analysis. All the parameters were analyzed using ANOVA mix procedure in CES. Means were separated using LSD mean at P equals 0.05. Results and discussion. First, I am going to discuss the physiological parameters. When considering the leaf chlorophyll content at both stages, panicle initiation and 50% heading stage, there was a significant difference, and conventional system showed the highest value and organic system showed the lowest value. Nitrogen is a major component of chlorophyll, and sufficient amounts of nitrogen were added to conventional and integrated systems through inorganic fertilizer. And also past studies showed nitrogen significantly increased PED reading. Stomatal conductor to water vapor, there wasn't a significant difference at 2 stages. And the leaf temperature, there was a significant difference only at the 50% heading stage. When we consider the photosynthesis rate, there was a significant difference at both stages. Conventional system showed the highest value. After that, the integrated system, the lowest value was recorded at the organic system. Nitrogen and phosphorus deficiency means reduction of photosynthesis capacity. That means dysfunction of Calvin cycle and limitations in nutrient supply to chloroplast. This could be the reason for low photosynthesis in organic because not treated with the inorganic fertilizer. There wasn't any significant difference in light interception, and in the electrolyte leakage, the highest was recorded in organic system, and there wasn't any significant difference between conventional and integrated system. Normally, deficiency of nutrients with environmental stress, plasma membrane could be easily damaged. That's why increased electrolyte leakage recorded in organic system. Growth parameters. This graph shows you the differences in plant height among the 3 input systems at four growth stages. Normally at seedling stage, there wasn't any significant difference because at initial stages Plants do not absorb nutrients from soil but depends on the nutrients stored in the seed. However, a higher rate of differences was observed in growth after the seedling stage, where conventional and integrated systems showed great plant growth compared to organic system. Weed parameters, weed density. At all three stages, there was a significant difference, and organic system showed the highest value, and there wasn't any difference between conventional and integrated systems. It is because no application of pre-emergent herbicide to the organic system. Yield parameters. There wasn't any significant difference in the number of panicles per square meter, and all the other parameters there was a significant difference. In number of grains per panicle and number of field grains per panicle, conventional system showed the highest value and organic system showed the lowest value. And in the field grain percentage per panicle, highest were recorded in organic system and lowest were recorded in conventional system. It is because when the nitrogen is high, there will be a severe competition for carbohydrates. Leaves will grow rapidly, but grain filling will be reduced. And when we consider the 1000 grain weight, there wasn't any significant difference between conventional and integrated systems, but the lowest value was recorded in the organic system. Normally 1000 grain weight mediated by genetic potential of variety, but prior studies also showed some similar results. When we consider the final grain yield at 14% moisture, there wasn't any significant difference between conventional and integrated system, and the organic system showed the lowest value of 2.73 tons per hectare. That it is because lack of soil fertility and high weeds in the organic system. And when we consider the biological yield, there wasn't any significant difference between conventional and integrated systems, and the lowest value was recorded in organic system. When we consider the harvesting index, there wasn't any significant difference between integrated and organic systems, and the highest value was recorded in the conventional system. These are my conclusions. Overall results indicate that reducing inorganic fertilizers by 50% with the combination of organic manure as in the integrated system gives similar grain yields as the conventional system for a newly improved variety like BG300 in a high potential area like Anuradhapura. Organic systems can show low crop growth and yields due to inadequate nutrient supply through organic materials and due to high weed density during the first year of transition. Therefore, further studies are needed for the determination of a sustainable organic material that can adequately supply the nutrient requirement and exact quantities of them. Moreover, further studies needed to identify different problems occurred in organic rice cultivation and to ensure the sustainability of integrated nutrient management system. And thank you for listening to my presentation.
Okay, presentation is now open for discussion. Any questions from the audience? Ms. Harisena, can you bit elaborate on this the integrated system? How do you define it? Harisena, can you unmute your mic? Are you there?
Yes, in the integrated system, 50% were added from the inorganic system and the organic system, half.
So what do you mean by the organic system, the fully organic system?
To the organic system, we applied 50% from the inorganic one.
No, you are reducing from both organic and inorganic fertilizers, right? In the secondary, right? Yes. So organic, what you mean by organic is the 100% organic. Am I correct?
No, sir. We added the treatments were based on the nitrogen supply by the nutrient content, not the volume. 100% nitrogen applied to the inorganic system, and 50% of that were added to the organic system by organic fertilizer.
So this is for my knowledge actually to apply 50% of the organic. How much? What is the type of organic fertilizer that you apply?
Basically, cow dung and compost.
What is the volume that the kilogram or whatever it is? What is the amount that you apply for to 50% of organic manure?
Normally,
plot size sorry, sir. Your plot size in your experiment?
15 meter by 6 meter, one plot.
Yeah. How much you applied for each plot?
We didn't actually for one treatment like 5 tons per hectare from cow dung and 10 tons per hectare for one treatment from compost for the whole treatment.
Right. Okay. Any more questions from the audience? Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shahrukh, and we will move on to the next presentation. And the next presentation is on estimation and mapping soil organic carbon in paddy growing soils of Monragal district, Sri Lanka. And this paper was authored by EMD Pereira, CS De Silva, and RR Ratnayaka. And the paper will be presented by EMD Pereira. Can we have the videos on, please?
I am Madhushi Pereira. My topic is estimation and mapping soil organic carbon in paddy growing soils of Monaragala district in Sri Lanka. My presentation. Introduction. All of you know the planet is warming from South Pole to North Pole. The global average surface temperature has increased by more than 1.6 Fahrenheit degrees. Since the Industrial Revolution, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is increasing year on year as the burning fossil fuels and it disrupting the global carbon cycle and it leading to a planetary warming impact. Carbon dioxide is considered as the controlling factor of the global warming. So people are trying to reduce these carbon dioxide emissions in different ways. But storing carbon in soil ecosystem is prominent and most effective natural way of reducing carbon dioxide in the environment. This process is known as carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration can be defined as the secure storage of carbon in the atmosphere. In this process, carbon is stored in a fixed form and that it can't get re-emitted soon to the environment. Carbon is a marketable product and income can be generated by selling carbon credits. However, the availability of baseline data on soil carbon stock in Sri Lanka is very low. Therefore, estimation of carbon stock in soil is valuable for future carbon trading. Productive croplands, paddy fields are also reported to have higher soil organic carbon storage among all terrestrial ecosystems. Rice cultivation globally covers a total area of about 153 million hectares. Therefore, it has a great potential in sequestrating atmospheric carbon dioxide. Soil organic matter accumulation is enhanced under waterlogged conditions. It creates an aerobic environment. Under anaerobic condition of rice cultivation is characterized by a low decomposition rate of soil organic carbon. It leading to high soil organic carbon accumulation. The main objective of my research is to identify carbon sequestration capacity and the spatial distribution pattern of soil carbon concerning the different paddy-growing soil types and the climatic conditions. Methodology. The study was conducted in Munaragala district in Sri Lanka of Uva province. Munaragala is one main paddy-growing district in Sri Lanka. Fresh soil samples were collected from 35 different locations in the Munaragala district, representing all the paddy-growing areas. Soil sampling. Conditional Latin hypercube sampling design was used to determine sampling locations. Samples were collected at topsoil layer using a soil auger. The coordinates of all the soil sampling locations were taken using a GPS system. This research was conducted from December 2019 to January 2020 in Maha season and the vegetative state of the paddy. Soil analysis. First of all, fresh soil samples were prepared by removing all visible organic debris, plant root and stones. Then samples were sieved using a 2 mm sieve in order to prepare homogeneous soil samples. Then soils were air dried, ground and sieved using 0.25 mm sieve. Finally, measuring the total organic carbon content by dry conversion method using CHN analyzer. Geospatial analysis were performed by using ArcGIS software. Regression Kriging interpolation technique was used to produce soil carbon distribution map. There were 4 major soil types of Munaragala district: reddish-brown earth and low humid clay soils, reddish-brown earth and immature brown loam soil, alluvial soils, miscellaneous land unit comprising of erosional remnants with eroded and shallow soils. The average soil organic carbon stock was varied from 15.2 megagrams per hectare to 55.6 megagrams per hectare, with mean value of 31.1 megagrams per hectare. The reddish-brown earth with immature brown loam soil and alluvial soils showed higher carbon content. Reddish-brown earth with humid clay soil and miscellaneous land unit with eroded and shallow soils showed lower carbon content in Munaragala. To the predicted values of soil organic carbon content varied from 1.2 to 2.1% with mean value of 1.6, which showed the coefficient variations of 15%. The highest soil organic carbon content was observed in southwestern and western side, whereas lowest soil organic carbon content was observed in the eastern side and center of the Munaragala district. Median level of soil organic carbon content can be observed in northwestern side and southern side in Munaragala district. The highest soil organic carbon content was observed in DL1A and DL1B agroecological subregions. DL1A and DL1B agroecological subregions are characterized by 2 detectable peaks in the rainfall distribution in Yala and Maha season. The moderate and lowest distribution of soil organic carbon was observed in IM2B and IL1C subregions. IM2B and IL1C agroecological subregions resemble a bimodal rainfall distribution since second intermonsoon and northeast monsoon rains. The current study predicted and interpreted the spatial distribution of soil carbon contents of paddy soils of Munaragala district, Sri Lanka. Soil carbon content varied from 1.2% to 2.1 with mean value of 1.6%, which showed a coefficient of variation of 15% among the different paddy growing soil types. Reddish brown earth and immature brown loam soil and alluvial soil showed high carbon content than the other soil types. DL1B and DL1A agroecological subregion showed a high soil organic carbon distribution in paddy soils. These agroecological subregions are characterized by two detectable peaks in the rainfall distribution in both Yala and Maha seasons. The estimated average soil organic carbon stock value is 31.1 megagrams per hectare. The regional level information generated from this study will be used for the establishment of national carbon accounting system and future carbon trading programs. Like to acknowledge the financial support from National Research Council of Sri Lanka. These are the references that I used to my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice presentation. And I think it's a very valuable study and timely on carbon. And can you turn on the mic and the video, Miss Pereira? Any questions? Do you work somewhere or where did you do this research?
National Institute of Fundamental Studies.
Okay.
NIFS.
So, do you work there?
No, sir.
Okay. What's their plan in future?
They
Are
are
they
planning to, yes,
in other districts as well?
yes, sir.
Okay. I think it's a very nice study. And
It's
well,
ongoing project again.
oh, okay, yeah. Right. Good. That I think. Okay, we can move on to the next presentation if no questions. The next presentation is on management of okra mosaic virus and its vectors on okra leafhoppers through plant extracts. So now I think we are moving from soil to the plant and still on the organic side. Right. Okay. The paper is authored by G. Devendra Guru, S. Raja. Sorry about my pronunciation. S. Rajesh Khan and CSC Silva. And the paper will be presented by G. Devendra Raja Guru. Can we have the video on, please? Hello. Oh, yeah.
Management of okra mosaic virus and its vector, okra leaf hoppers through plant extract. D. Gururaj, CS D. Silva, Department of Agriculture and Plantation Engineering, Faculty of Engineering Technology, Open University, Navala, Nugekuda, Sri Lanka. S. Rajesh Khanna, Regional Agriculture Research and Development Center, Kilinochchi, Sri Lanka. These are content, topic, content, introduction, problem statement, research justification, objective, material and methods, time frame, budget, reference. Introduction. Okra is one of the most popular fruit vegetables grown in wet, intermediate and dry zone of Sri Lanka, but its cultivation is seriously threatened by attack of one most important okra mosaic virus by affecting different parts of plant. The virus is not seeds transmitted, but it is mainly transmitted by hoppers. Problem statement. Mosaic is a devastating disease of okra in Sri Lanka. The objective of this research study is to evaluate different plant extracts against Ocra mosaic virus disease incidents and manage vector population. And these research findings help to control vector population and incident of mosaic virus in the Ocra. Research justification. Chemical pesticide cannot be used because of the pre-harvesting interval of Ocra is low. Botanical insecticides are broad spectrum in pest control and many are safe to apply, unique in action and can easily be processed and used. Locally available plant material have been widely used to protect Ocra field against hopper infestation. Objective: to identify the best method which control the vector of Ocra mosaic virus successfully by evaluating the growth and yield parameter of Ocra. Methodology: material, location and time period. Experimental design, randomized complete block design. Number of experimental unit is 15. Results was analyzed by SAS package. Methodology: land preparation and field planting and extract preparation and spraying. Plant sample were ground in water at 100 gram per liter in blender and filtered through double layer cheese cloth. Extract were used immediately for spraying. First spray was done after 15 days of sowing. The plant extract and chemical was sprayed 5 times at 15 days interval. Fertilizer application and other agronomic practices. 5 treatments are follows. Treatment 1 control, treatment 2 neem seeds extract, treatment 3 garlic bulb extract, treatment 4 ginger rhizome extract, treatment 5 chemical thiamethoxam. Those 5 treatments were arranged using randomized complete block design with 3 replication. Data collection. Plant height. Randomly selected 10 plants per plot were used to measure the height. These are number of infected plants per plot, number of fruits per plant, and number of green fruits per plant, green fruit length, green fruit diameter. These are showing green fruit weight per plant, yield per plant. Results and discussion. Plant height at twice a week interval. The tallest plant were observed in T5 treatment followed by T2 treatment. T3 and T4 treatment similar height. Smallest plant were found in T1 treatment. This was supposed to be due to the reduction of incident by the application of plant extract and the presence of antiviral activity in the plant extract as observed. Number of infected plant per plot. According to the data, most infected plant were shown in T1 treatment. Lowest infected plant per plot were shown T5 treatment and T2 treatment. T3 treatment, T4 treatment and T1 treatment are significantly different. Lower rate of plant infestation may be due to the effect of phytopesticide in the vector of the virus or directly on Ocra mosaic virus. It was recorded that some plant extract like neem extract have a number of properties useful in insect management. Number of fruits per plant. The highest number of fruits per plant was found in T5 treatment and lowest number of fruit was observed in T1 treatment. T2 and T5 treatments are not significantly different, but they are significantly different from other treatment. The maximum number of fruits per plant were observed healthy plant.
Number of green fruits per plant. Best performance is shown in T2 treatment and T5 treatment. Poor performance are shown in T1 treatment. Infected plant remains stunned and bear very few deformed fruits. The fruits are also yellow, small and reduced in size, having irregular yellow areas. It is causing great loss by affecting quality and yield of fruits. Green fruit length. Average length of fruits among the treatment range from 16.8 to 22.22 centimeter. Highest fruit length can be obtained in T5 and T2 treatment. Lowest value can be obtained in T1 treatment. T1 treatment is significantly different from all other treatments. Fruits of Ogra mosaic virus infest plant of the control plot appeared to be smaller than that of plant extract treatment plants. Green fruit diameter. There are no significantly different between T2 and T5 treatments, but they were significantly. Green fruits weight per plant. The green fruits weight is important yield component of okra to achieve highest yield. Average green fruits weight per plant among the treatment range from 295.13 gram to 1302.2 gram. Variety Harita produce pot less than 30 gram of average weight. According to figure, green fruit weight of control T1 is significantly different from other treatment. Highest green fruit weight per plant was obtained in T5 and T2 treatment. It was thus clear that virus caused a severe effect on fruit formation, which was minimized by the application of phytopesticide. Yield per plant. It was observed that there was a significantly different among the treatment in both health and infestation group of plant for yield. Neem seeds extract treat plants perform better than plant under the control. In healthy plant, fruit yield range from 1302.2 gram per plant, and in Ogra mosaic virus infested plant it was 478.8 gram per plant. The difference between the yield of healthy and infested plant indicate that there was a negative influence of Ogra mosaic virus yield. Vector population in plant indicates that neem seeds extract T2 treatment and chemical thiamethoxam T5 treatment affected the vector population, and the results showing outcome are significantly different with each other. Conclusion. According to the spray of chemical and neem seeds extracts have shown success in controlling Ogra mosaic virus. However, due its negative impact on human and plant health, neem seeds extract can be suggested to farmers to have eco-friendly management of Ogra mosaic virus, because plant extracts are the source possessing antiviral compounds. This is the easiest and cheapest method. Among all plant extract, neem seeds extract best response for controlling Ogra mosaic virus disease incident and to suppress hopper population when applied after 15 days interval starting from 2 weeks after germination. These are reference, and thank you.
Thank you. Well, the paper is open for discussion now. Questions from the audience? So, in your research, you apply the plant extracts to the plant, right? And you believe that these plant extract control the virus as well as the pest together from the same treatment. Am I correct? I don't hear you. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Speak up, Gururaj.
Raj, I cannot hear you.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay. So when we are applying these treatments, how do you decide on the concentration?
10% concentration.
Sorry?
10% concentration. 10%. 10.
What is the base of design 10%?
100 gram per liter. Sir. That's
No,
extract.
based on what? Previous research, or how did you decide on 10% concentration is the best?
No, sir. Earlier, 5% already applied. Others are normal extract. So we increase the concentration. That is control.
So you can recommend these 2 extracts that you found
Yes.
for controlling this mosaic virus along with the vector. Okay. Right. Thank you. Any more questions from anybody?
Have you studied about this in vitro study, because that you haven't go through the leaf, the population of the vector, you know? So you identify only the plant factors like fruit and the length, everything. So you didn't go through how this population of leafhopper affected or anything else regarding when you are applying the certain concentration. You said that 10%. So how it affects the leaf population of this leafhopper. So you may need to get the assistant for the zoology person, no? Conduct that kind of research.
We cannot hear you, Gururaj.
Sorry, sir.
We couldn't hear you. Can you answer the question, please, from Professor Vireva? Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So Guru Raj, what I ask is that how we are going to interpret these results in taking into consideration the leafhopper population. Exactly that what happens is when you're applying this kind of chemicals or this plant extract, the population of the vector should be reduced. So you are not, if you are directly applying these chemicals and the plant extract directly to the vector, it is easily seen that how these counts are reducing. So if you can get a assistant to a kind of a entomology person, so it would be much easier for you to interpret the results. And also you haven't, yeah.
Darshini, he is doing growth and yield parameters of that. That part is not, some other person is doing that.
Okay. So, and that results, the methodology part, actually, it is not clear enough. So it's good if you can indicate that in your the presentation, so that if we are trying out that same methods, those who are interested can try out. So it is a very interesting result. Huh? How we are going to take up the neem extract, how we are going to take up the ginger extract. Likewise, it was not mentioned in your presentation. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I think if you are doing work on further in that area, then you can apply those things in future. And thank you for your presentation. Well, we can move on to the next one. The next presentation is on the effect of silicon on nutritional quality and yield parameters of tomato grown under water stress conditions. And the paper was authored by H.P.S. Subhashini, N.R.N. Silva, and C.S.T. Silva. And the paper will be presented by H.P.S. Subhashini. Can we have the video on, please?
My name is HPS Subhashini. The topic of my presentation is effect of silicon on nutrition quality and yield parameters of tomato, Solanum dioicopersicum grown under the water stress condition. Content, introduction, objective, methodology, water management, cultural practices, collected data, statistical analysis, result and discussion. And introduction, the changes in the climatic condition all over the world under the influence of global warming is create unusual weather phenomena, often in the form of water stress. According to the FAO, tomato is the most popular and second most cultivated vegetable in the world. Tomato in Sri Lanka is much lower than the world normal as the regular climatic changes unfavorably influence normal production. Silicon is an essential part in plant tolerance to environmental stresses. The effect of silicon on the greater tolerance of higher plants to drought could be associated with an increase in the action of antioxidant defense, reduction of the oxidative damage to functional molecular and membranes, and maintenance of many physiological as well as photosynthetic processes under the water stress condition. This study was conducted to investigate the effectiveness of silicon in reducing the adverse effect of water stress and thereby increase the quality of the yield in tomato variety. Overall objective is determination the effect of silicon on quality parameters of a tomato under the water stress condition. Specific objectives to identify the yield in tomato under the water stress condition, to identify the nutrition parameter in tomato. Methodology, cultural practices. A pot experiment was conducted for 6 months at a plant house located in Horticultural Growth Research and Development Institute, Peradeniya. Plant house was equipped with the thermostat and air circulation fan. The temperature was maintained at 28 Celsius and relative humidity was measured daily with an RH meter. Recommended tomato seed were obtained at the Vegetable Division in Horticulture Crop Research and Development Institute. Silicon was added as a magnesium silicate. According to the treatment order, magnesium silicate was added to soil surface and mixed. The water stress plant root zone was covered using transparent polythene sheet. Continued fertilizing tomato plant about every 3-4 weeks. Methodology continued. Water management. Water stress was imposed by maintaining a moisture level equivalent to 50% of field capacity, whereas the well water pots were maintained at the full field capacity. Calculate field capacity and permanent building point moisture content were measured and measure plant available water for the water stress of 50% soil moisture deficit level. Plant received irrigation only when PAW is depleted by 50% in water stress plant. The water deficit treatment were applied for 3 weeks age tomato plants. Every day maintain the water stress plant water stresses using tension. Treatment of the experiment. Treatment 1, 75 mg silicon, no water stress. Treatment 2, 75 mg silicon, water stress. Treatment 3, 150 mg silicon, no water stress. Treatment 4, 150 mg silicon, water stress. Treatment 5, no silicon, no water stress. Treatment 6, no silicon and water stress. Experimental design. The experiment design was complete randomized design with factorial treatment structure. There were 6 treatment and 5 replicates. Water stress and silicon were taken as the factor. The total population was 30 plants. Data were analyzed by analyze variance and mean separation procedure by LSD using appropriate SAS procedure. Data collected data. Nutrition parameter, phosphorus level, potassium level, calcium level, magnesium level, and yield parameter, number of flower per plant, number of fruit per plant, fruit weight and fruit yield. Result and discussion. Nutrition parameter. This table shows effect of treatment on nutritional parameters of a tomato phosphorus level. The phosphorus level was significantly different. Treatment 4, water stress 150 milligram silicon was recorded as the highest phosphorus level in water stress condition. And treatment 3, well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest phosphorus level in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition, and treatment 1 and treatment 3 was higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Potassium level, the potassium level was significantly different. Treatment 4 was recorded the highest potassium level in water stress condition. Treatment 3, well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded as the highest potassium level in well water condition. And treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in well water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 was higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Calcium level, the calcium level was significantly different. Treatment 4, water stress 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest calcium level in water stress condition. Treatment 3, well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest calcium level in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Magnesium level was significantly different. Treatment 4, water stress 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest magnesium level in water stress condition. Treatment 3, well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest magnesium level in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than a treatment 5 in well water condition. Yield parameters. This table shows effect of treatments on yield parameters of tomato. Number of fruit per plant significantly different. Treatment 4, water stress 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest flowering in water stress condition. And treatment 3, well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest flowering in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Number of food per plant was significantly different. Treatment 4 was recorded the highest number of food per plant in water stress condition. Treatment 3, 150 milligram silicon well water was recorded the highest number of fruit per plant in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. Food weight. The food weight was significantly different. Treatment 4 was recorded the highest food weight in water stress condition. And well water condition, highest food weight was treatment 3. And treatment 4 and treatment 2 highest than treatment 6 in well water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. Fruit yield was significantly different. Highest fruit yield in water stress condition was treatment 4, and treatment 3 was recorded the highest fruit yield in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 was higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 was highest treatment 5 in well water condition. Conclusion: water stress decrease in the tomato fruit setting, and it also affect the low quality tomato fruit yield obtained for tomato plants might be due to
non-development of flowers. This experiment result showed application of magnesium silicate in water stress treatment helps to increase the flower formed than no silicon applied water stress treatment plant. All treatments with silicon have shown higher fruit yield in both no water stress and water stress treatment. Therefore, application of magnesium silicate has increased the fruit yield in tomato variety Rajita in this experiment in water stress condition. Water stress negatively influences the nutrition level in tomato fruits. The finding of this experiment showed that the application of magnesium silicate have a positive influence on some nutrient uptake as well as water tolerance effect on tomato under the water stress and also no water stress condition. Reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Was your experiment a factorial experiment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the interaction effect, was it significant? As I see, it was not significant, right? Interaction effect?
Difference 150 milligram silicon in water stress condition and as well as well water condition. And no silicon apply well water and water stress condition.
No, I'm asking about the interaction effect between silicon levels and the water stress level. Was it significant? Interaction effect? Significant. Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Okay, right. That's a technical question. That's anyway. Let's just put that apart. I think because there is Professor Viraheva in the audience. She has done much of research on silicon with silicon. I'm not sure whether it is with the combined with the water stress conditions, but she might have some queries from you. Professor Viraheva.
Yeah, Subhashini, that yeah, well, you have presented many things, but if you can have a kind of a table, or you have indicated many things, the result section, but it is not clear enough. Hopefully, when you are doing the presentation, you have to make sure to indicate the focus, what you have taken up, and then interpret your results. So it is then much more easier for us to understand. So my first question is, why do you use the magnesium silicate?
I did in the literature review. I found magnesium silicate, potassium silicate, calcium silicate, and silicic acid also good to use this experiment. So I got magnesium silicate.
Yeah, normally that potassium silicate are the most beneficial to the plants, because it provides a potassium as well. So you don't know that whether the effect is from silicon or from magnesium. So it is good if you can use a potassium silicate. So if you can't taken up, or the fertilizer can be taken up, you can produce a potassium silicate for the purpose of that. And also the concentration, you have started with 100 milligram. So why do you have started with 100 and 150? Because when the silicon concentration increases, it adversely affects to the plant as well. So we have done many experiments based on the silicon treatments, and we found that when the concentration is 150, it is adversely affect to the plant, tomato as well. So why do you select the concentration 150?
Milligram silicon, 150 milligram. Also.
So any reason for using this concentration?
I got it in horticulture research station.
So it is not. It's not the similar result, similar experiments done by the others. So I think that if you can reduce the concentration, you can start up with 50 and ended up with 100. I mean, that you haven't. I don't know how you have picked that concentration. And also I know that silicon has many, it has many roles, and it has ability to give the kind of a stress. The plants can reduce stress tolerance when you are applying silicon. But if you can have a kind of a results more clearer, your interpretation, like Dr. Trikawala mentioned, that it's good if you can have the interaction between the how this when you are applying the water stress condition to the silicon application, so it is much clearer. So if you can, yeah, I think you have done it, but it is not clearly interpreted by you. Yeah, and also
Right.
you haven't, yeah.
Yeah, I think we are running out of time, so we can move on to the next presentation. And thank you very much for your presentation. And we will move on to the next one. And it is also again with the silicon and tomato. And the next presentation is on the effect of silicon on quality parameters of tomato in water stress conditions. And again, it's presented by Subhashini, and we have the same authors for the paper. Right? We can have more discussion later, right after that paper. Can we have the video on, please?
My name is HPS Subhashini. The topic of my presentation is effect of silicon on quality parameters of a tomato
Just a second.
stress condition. Contains introduction, objectives, methodology, water management, cultural practices, collected data, statistical analysis, result and discussion, and
We don't see the presentation.
Yeah, we can't see the presentation.
problem in reducing agriculture productivity, especially in dry and intermediate zone of Sri Lanka.
Some error in selecting the file, I think.
My name is HPS Subhashini. The topic of my presentation is effect of silicon on quality parameters of a tomato Sorenolaicopersicum in water stress condition. Contains introduction, objectives, methodology, water management, cultural practices, collected data, statistical analysis, result and discussion, and introductions. Water stress is a major problem in reducing agriculture productivity, especially in dry and intermediate zone of Sri Lanka. Water deficit result from low and erratic rainfall and poor soil water storage, leading to the rate of water transpirations exceeding water uptake. Biotic and abiotic stresses can reduce in the average plant productivity by 65% to 87% depending on the crop. Water stresses is causing the qualitative and quantitative reduction of tomato yield. Silicon assumes an essential part in the plant tolerance to environmental stresses. Stresses tolerance in plant has the capacity of the environmental process to remain normal. Silicon fertilization to increase crop growth, yield and quality in tropical soil, and observe that the silicon application may be one of the available methods to increase crop growth and crop yield in arid or semi-arid areas. This study was conducted to investigate the effectiveness of silicon in reducing the adverse effects of water stress and thereby increasing the quality of the yield in tomato Sorenolaicopersicum variety. Objective. Objective is determinations the effect of a silicon on quality parameters of a tomato Sorenolaicopersicum under the water stress condition. Methodology. Cultural practices. A plot experiments was conducted for 6 months and a plant house located in Horticulture Crop Research and Development Institute, Peradeniya. Plant house was equipped with a thermostat and air circulation fans. The temperature was maintained at 28 Celsius and relative humidity was measured daily with an RH meter. Recommended tomato seeds were obtained at the Vegetable Division in Horticulture Crop Research and Development Institute. Silicon was added as the magnesium silicate. According to the treatment order, magnesium silicate was added to soil surface and mixed. The water stress plant root zone was covered using transparent polythene sheet. Continue fertilizing tomato plants about every 3 to 4 weeks. Water management. Water stress was imposed by maintaining a moisture level equivalent to 50% of field capacity, whereas the well water pot were maintained at the full field capacity. Calculated field capacity and permanent building point, moisture content were measured and measured plant available water for the water stress of 50% soil moisture deficit level. Plant received irrigation only when permanent plant available water is depleted by 50% in water stress plant. The water deficit treatment were applied for 3 weeks each tomato plants. Every day maintain the water stress plant water stress level using tensium. Treatment of the experiment. Treatment 1, 75 mg silicon and no water stress. Treatment 2, 75 mg silicon and water stress. Treatment 3, 150 mg silicon and no water stress. Treatment 4, 150 mg silicon and water stress. Treatment 5, no silicon and no water stress. Treatment 6, no silicon and water stress. Experimental design. Experimental design was a complete randomized design with the factorial treatment structure. There were 6 treatment and 5 replicate. Water stress and silicon were taken as a factor. The total population was 30 plants. Data were analyzed by analyzed variance and mean separation procedure by LSD using appropriate SAS procedure. Methodology continued. Collected data, quality parameters, relative water content, fruit diameter, fruit length, total soluble solid, firmness, fruit keeping quality, seed weight and seed germination. Result and discussion. This table shows effect of treatments on quality parameters of tomato. Leaf relative water content. Leaf relative water content was significantly different. Treatment 4, water stress, 150 mg silicon was recorded the highest leaf relative water content in water stress condition. Treatment 3, well water, 150 mg silicon was recorded the highest leaf relative water content in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition, and treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Total soluble solid. The total soluble solid was significantly different. The highest total soluble solid in water stress condition, treatment 4 and treatment 3 was recorded the highest total soluble solid in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition, and treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Food diameter. Diameter was significantly different. Treatment 4, water stress 150 mg silicon was recorded the highest food diameter in water stress condition, and the treatment 3, well water 150 mg silicon was recorded the highest food diameter in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition, and treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. Fruit length was significantly different. Treatment 4 was recorded the highest fruit length in water stress condition. Water stress 150 mg silicon, And treatment 3, well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest fruit length in well water condition. And treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. Firmness was significantly different. Treatment 4 water stress 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest firmness in water stress condition. Treatment 3 well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest firmness in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 was higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. And fruit keeping quality. Fruit keeping quality was significantly different. Treatment 4 water stress 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest fruit keeping quality in water stress condition. And treatment 3 well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest fruit keeping quality in well water condition. And treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. Seed weight was significantly different. Treatment 4 was recorded the highest seed weight in water stress condition. And treatment 3 well water 150 milligram silicon was recorded the highest seed weight in water stress condition. Well water condition. And treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than treatment 5 in well water condition. And seed germination was significantly different. Treatment 4 was recorded the highest seed germination in water stress condition. Treatment 1 was recorded the highest seed germination in well water condition. Treatment 4 and treatment 2 higher than the treatment 6 in water stress condition. And treatment 1 and treatment 3 higher than the treatment 5 in well water condition. Analyze of variance of silicon and water stress on quality parameters of tomato. Conclusion: in this experiment, magnesium silicate improved the leaf relative water content in tomato plants than no silicon applied treatments, especially in water stress treatment. And there was a significant difference in fruit diameter and fruit length between the silicon applied and no silicon applied plant under the water stress condition. Water stress negatively influences some quality parameters such as leaf relative water content, fruit diameter, fruit length, seed quality, fruit keeping quality, and seed germination. But the research shows that the silicon application in water stress condition has some positive effect on tomato fruit quality parameters. The finding of this experiment showed that the application of magnesium silicate has a positive influence on quality as quality, well as water stress tolerance effect on tomato under the water stress and also no water stress condition. Reference. Thank you.
Okay, the paper is open for discussion now. Can we have some questions from the audience?
Subhashini, that you have indicated the keeping quality.
Yes.
Yeah, keeping quality. So the results indicated 17 days for one treatment and 21 days for another. So you have keep the fruits in refrigerator, or it's too much?
Oh,
no?
open area, I keep it.
Open area?
Lab, in the lab.
So what is the temperature? Room temperature?
Room temperature. Yes.
So how did you measure the firmness? firmness of the fruits, how did you measure? Using what? Because that you have indicated the units as kgf.
A penetrometer. I use the penetrometer. Hand.
So it gives a force, so its unit is Newton. So it is kgf you have indicated.
Maybe kilograms per unit area, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make
Well,
that change. Yeah.
I have a suggestion for you in both presentation. What I noticed as Professor Veerappa very correctly mentioned that the results you were trying to present all the results that you have, right? Rather, you could have some tables to highlight your results. So in future, take that advice, and I think would be a more meaningful presentation. Okay, thank you very much. And you have bold enough to do two presentations. That should be appreciated anyway, right? We can move on to the next presentation, and that is on the effect of gamma irradiation on microbiological properties of chili powder, chili flakes, and black pepper powder. And this paper was authored by KDYS Fernando, WSM Siniratna, RDR Ranasinghe, and I hope those are from Sabaragama University. And the paper is presented by KDYS Fernando. Can we have the video on, please?
My research topic is the effect of gamma irradiation on microbiological properties of chili powder, chili flakes, and black pepper powder. This is project personnel and institutional affiliation. Here is the content of the presentation. Introduction. Spices are commonly used for both culinary purposes and medicinal purposes. Among them, the commonly used spices like chili powder, chili flakes, and black pepper powder have an important place in Sri Lankan cuisines. Fresh chili and black pepper are perishable. Therefore, various preservation techniques like drying, vacuum packaging, and addition of artificial preservatives are practiced. When considered about the spice powders and flakes, due to various handling and processing conditions, these can be drastically contaminated with microorganisms. Therefore, to get rid of these harmful microorganisms, gamma irradiation is applied to ensure the consumer safety. Globally, spices are irradiated at less than 10 kg to ensure the consumer safety. And the threshold doses for chili and black pepper are 10 kg and 8 kg respectively. Though other European and Asian countries have already standardized their microbial community structure based on gamma irradiated spices, in Sri Lankan context, it has to be standardized with more research findings, because up to now spice irradiation is done only if there is a microbial outbreak industrially. And also, consumer disapproval on consumption of irradiated foods due to safety issues like radioactivity is another constraint. Therefore, more research studies are needed to measure the effectiveness of the irradiation process in spices. The overall objective is to determine the effects of gamma irradiation on microbiological properties of chili.
I think the video got stuck.
Celsius. Then the colonies were counted. The eastern mole count was determined by using potato dextrose agar medium and incubated for 5 days at 25 Celsius. Finally, the colonies were counted by colony counter. To determine the total coliform counts, samples inoculated, McConkey broth and inverted Durham tubes were incubated at 37 Celsius for 1 day. The negative tubes were incubated for another day. The tubes with gas production were re-inoculated in brilliant green bile broth for 1 day at 37 Celsius. Then the total coliform counts were counted by most probable number method. Another set of samples were incubated at 44 Celsius for 1 day to determine the fecal coliform counts by MPN values. In order to identify the Escherichia coli present in spices, positive samples from fecal coliform test were inoculated in eosine methylene blue agar medium and incubated for a day at 30 Celsius. The results were denoted as means and standard deviations. Analysis of variance, Tukey pairwise comparison test used to check the difference among means. Let's move to the results and discussion part. Table 1 indicates the expected and actual irradiation doses after dosimetry. When considered about the total plate count results, the highest total plate count was recorded in black pepper powder control sample, and the lowest was recorded in chili flakes control sample. With the gamma irradiation, the safety level was achieved at 7 kg for both chili powder and black pepper powder. At 1 kg, chili flakes achieved the safety level. The reduction of the total plate counts with irradiation doses will happen due to ionizing radiation principle, which disrupt the DNA and inactivate the cells. Under the test on eastern mole counts, the safety levels were achieved in chili powder and chili flakes at 3 kg dose. Black pepper powder only needed 1 kg to achieve the safety level. These levels were achieved due to the spontaneous and consecutive destruction of gamma irradiation. Cell disrupts before the repairing mechanism. Results of the total coliform counts showed that the coliforms can be destructed up to safety level in chili powder at 5 kg, chili flakes at 1 kg and black pepper powder at 3 kg. This is due to the gamma irradiation, which disable the recovery of coliforms from damages, and they cannot adapt to the new environment quickly. No fecal coliforms were detected in both chili powder and chili flake samples, but there were positive tubes for controlled black pepper powder sample. However, with the irradiation dose of 1 kg, the fecal coliforms were destructed and safety levels were achieved in black pepper powder control sample. The presence of the Escherichia coli in positive fecal coliform test samples were validated by the resulted black nucleated colonies in eosine methylene blue agar mediums. Other than that strain, there were some large mucoid colonies with purple center, which may be denoted the presence of Pseudomonas aeruginosa strain. A According to the standards, the spices must be free from E. coli. And as you saw, 1 kilogram dose is sufficient to destruct the Enterobacteriaceae family bacteria. The conclusions of this study are: the satisfied safety levels were achieved in chili powder and black pepper powder at 7 kg and chili flakes at 3 kg. The irradiation up to 10 kg could be considered as an effective sterilization method with respect to the chili powder, chili flakes and black pepper powder. Here are the references. References continued. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fernando. And can you turn on your videos and mic, please? Right, the paper is open for discussion. Do we have any observations or questions from the audience?
Yes, actually, it is an interested study with a lot of detail. Just know
your line is not very clear.
Why didn't you check for bacillus?
Sorry, madam, I can't hear you clearly.
Why couldn't you test for bacillus? Bacillus? Because with the spices, bacillus is a major bacteria that can get contaminated. Are you clear now?
Sorry, madam, can you repeat the question, please?
I think what Dr. Nimsha Virapudi asked is, why didn't you check for bacillus? Because it is one of the common infectants in the chili powder.
Yeah, madam, but when I go through my literature, I identified with that when I doing the literature, I show that chili powder, chili flakes, and also for the black pepper, especially those salmonella and salmonella-like bacteria were there, but for the specified, I didn't check for the specified reason for the bacillus.
How these bacteria get contaminated with this in the processing, in the process of processing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
During the handling and processing conditions, these can be drastically contaminated.
In my experience, actually, there is more impact from the fungus on these items when you, because what I have experienced, when you put them in the bottle for a longer time, then we get fungus. So
yes.
Have you thought about it, that one as well?
You mean when we store the spices, it can be contaminated?
Yeah.
No, sir. I didn't check for the storage. I didn't check for the storage condition, but I stored these spices in 25 Celsius ambient temperature in a dark cupboard also to prevent the destruction from the environment. And I didn't check for the storage condition.
Okay. So how costly is this one? Checking the, treating the, how costly?
Sorry, sir?
The cost of treating them.
Actually, they did it free of charge because on that days, in their R&D department, they are also going through this research and research on this topic. So as a preliminary test, they suggest me to do this test. So they didn't charge any.
Okay.
Did you do the mycology part at Sabarkuma University or Atomic?
Nimsha, I think your line is not very clear. We cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nandu.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we can move on to the next presentation. And this is again from the OUSL. It is on development of a natural curry cube using pumpkin seed powder. And this paper was authored by Etienne Fernando, N.S. Virakodi, and UASK Edirsingan. Can we have the presentation on, please?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tamara Fernando, and our research topic was development of a natural curry cube using pumpkin seed powder. Here is presentation outline. Now we will see introduction part. Pumpkin belongs to genus Cucurbita and family Cucurbitaceae. As well as pumpkin seeds have lot of health benefits. Rich source of oil, as well as it lowers the cholesterol. Also, it loads with amino acids like tryptophan and lysine. We will move to problem statement and justification part. Presently, we are discussing about food quality and its health benefits than past because of there are so many threats due to changes of food and lifestyle as to non-communicable diseases. The number of people who died untimely has been increases day by day, so that consumers are turning back and search about fast food traditions as well as organic food. Then the use of preservatives in modern food products have become a common practice. Artificial flavor enhancers is one of the main causes of obesity, high blood pressure, young hypertension in people. Artificial flavors and flavor enhancers are the largest class of additive which function in taste food better. I got this research idea from young researcher who are from University of Ruhuna, Mrs. Poojani Gunasekara. She had written the book named Our Ancient Tribe to Traditions. According to her book, our ancient tribe used roasted pumpkin seed powder as a flavor enhancer. So that as a remedy, development of a natural curry cube with totally natural ingredients without adding any artificial ingredients is important. Now we will move to objectives part. Our general objective was to develop the natural curry cube using pumpkin seeds. Specific objectives were to identify the best ingredient mixture to develop natural curry cube, as well as to analyze the nutritional composition and microbiological properties of best developed natural curry cube. We will see methodology part. Here we have prepared 3 powders: pumpkin seed powder, coriander seed powder and cumin seed powder. Here is the processing step for pumpkin seed powder. At the product formulation and research design part, samples were used to prepare natural curry cube as follow with different flour formulations. We have done preliminary tests for physical formation of the cube. After that, three best formulas were selected after determination of binding properties and solubilization properties in water. Then we selected the best formula using sensory evaluation. Finally, nutrition analysis was done, also microbial analysis. At the sensory evaluation part, using the cubes, 3 curries were prepared for sensory panelists as the sample. Here, we have used descriptive tests with 5-point hedonic scale for 30 semi-trained panelists. At the nutrition and chemical analysis part, we have checked for moisture, ash, protein, crude fat, crude fiber, then carbohydrate calculation. At the microbial analysis part, we have checked yeast and mold, total plate count, coliforms according to SLSS method. To get the sensory evaluation results, we have used Brightman test. Now we will move to results and discussion part. You can see the sensory evaluation results summary. Here, sensory attributes were determined and the significantly highest median value or average RAND scores obtained for treatment 3. Because of treatment 3 contained 70% pumpkin seed powder may be contributed its unique flavor profile and other sensory attributes. You can see the sensory web diagram. T3 is the best sample. Now we will see nutrition and chemical analysis results. The crude protein determined in the developed cube was 23.5 grams. This value was higher than the developed mushroom cube, 7.9 gram by Al-Subi 2013. Then the crude fat in developed cube was found to be fairly higher than protein content. The fixed mineral residue observed in the cube was 16.66 grams. However, developed cube had low ash content than the mushroom cube by Al-Subi 2013. Moisture percentage is highly effective to the product. It should be below 10. pH was 5.6 and it is greater than 4.5. So it can be classified as low acidic food. In here, we have detected total plate count and we didn't detect any coliform or yeast or mold. Good handling practices and cleaning other equipment with hot water cause to absence of coliform. Mold and yeast count was 0, maybe due to low moisture content. Now we will see conclusion and suggestion part. Conclusions were the developed pumpkin seed flavor cube treatment 3 containing the higher amount of pumpkin seed powder 70% and soya oil 20% was selected as the best formulation as exhibited the best sensory attributes. The nutritional composition of the developed cube contained higher amount of crude protein, crude fat and ash content. Microbiologically safe cube was able to produce as total plate count, yeast and mold count, coliform were lower than the critical limits. Our suggestions were need to find the suitable packaging material to increase the shelf life of developed flavor enhanced cube, as well as analyze the fatty acid profile of the final product as the final product contained higher amount of crude fat. Here is our references. Thank you very much and stay safe you all at this pandemic time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fernando. Can you turn on your mic and the video, please? Okay, we have a flag there, Professor Dr. Beshan. Dr. Nimsha. We cannot hear you. Nimsha, your mic is muted.
The hand was for the previous one, not for this.
Oh, okay, okay. Right. Any question from the audience? From anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Fernando, that I found that you have used the coriander and the curcumin powder. So what is the base of selecting these two only, because you haven't tried out the other powders? So what is the base of selection of these two only?
Asking about the base.
No, that you have developed the product which contains
Yes,
only
madam.
this coriander, curcumin, and also the soya oil. So that what is the base of selection of these? Because we have many things. Because if you have
main
tried out
thing is-
different things, so we can think about that why you have select these two only.
I wanted to use natural ingredients, then I can easily find coriander and cumin. That's why I use.
You haven't think about any flavor or nutrition quality of these two products? No.
But I thought about nutrition facts.
Yeah, if you can have more, so you will be ended up with a very good product. No, it is a very good product. You can do the commercialization as well. So if you have tried out several products, you will be ended up with a very good one. You have used only two, no? That's the only my suggestion. And also the shelf life of this cube in room temperature, and you have tried out in low temperature as well.
No, madam. I have vacuum pack and kept the room temperature, kept into room temperature.
You have to do the.
I have checked for shelf life for 2 months.
Okay.
So have you any idea about the cost of producing this one? Cost of producing the cube.
25 rupees per cube.
Is it in par with the commercially available stuff? Oh yeah, more expensive. I'm not sure. Have you got my question?
Can
No, I'm asking whether it is comparable to what is commonly available in the market, like no or other cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah, means okay. Right.
Is one cube can use for one curry, or so how many cubes you need for a curry? 50% people?
2 cubes.
2 cubes. Yeah, that pumpkin seeds, are they freely available? It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult. But
how do you get it?
From the local market, madam.
From local market means after using the pumpkin only you can get the seeds, no? Yeah, it's
Actually, I bought pumpkin and
remove the seeds. Yeah.
If it is going to be a commercial production, we have to have a mechanism for collecting the seeds. Anyway, we are wasting.
But other countries, they grow pumpkin only to get the seeds. and they throw it away the fleshy part. So still we don't have that. Maybe who knows in the future.
Yeah, that's why we have to have a mechanism to have those seeds if we are going for a commercial production. Anyway, it is very interesting. Well, because we are running out of time, I think we should move on, and we will move on to the next presentation, and it is on the efficacy of different parts of clove for the management of rice weevil. So again, that is on pest management, and this paper was authored by P. Bandara and M. Senivaratna from Sabaragama University, and the paper will be presented by P. Bandara. Can we have the screen, please?
You all to the presentation. Our study was to evaluate the efficacy of different parts of clove for the management of rice weevil. It was conducted by Pramod Bandara and Dr. Mahinda Senivaratna from Department of Food Science and Technology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. This is my content which I am going to talk on. So we'll move on to the introduction. Sri Lanka, having agricultural based economy, the staple food is rice. From the local production, 30 to 50% of this is stored for different purposes. During the storage, 4 to 6% of loss can be observed. From this, 80% of the loss is basically due to insect infestations. Among the different pests, rice weevil is the most disastrous pest which is responsible for this loss of the rice. Typically, all over the world, these rice weevils are controlled by synthetic insecticides, but the use of these synthetic insecticides can cause negative impacts to the environment as well as for the human health. Therefore, there is an urgent need to find eco-friendly alternatives. So, we used clove parts, clove buds, stems and leaves. If we can utilize these alternatives, we can minimize the use of synthetic insecticides that will reduce the risk to the environment, at the same time the human health. Primarily, it will reduce the storage losses of rice due to these insect infestations, and also it adds the values to these clove parts, basically to the clove stems and leaves, which having a lower market value in the Sri Lanka. These are the research objectives. The overall objective was to evaluate the efficacy of different parts of clove for the management of rice weevil, and the specific objectives were to evaluate the contact repellent effect and also the fumigation repellent effect of the clove bud, stem and leaf powders. At the same time, to evaluate the contact repellent activity of different extracts of the clove parts. So this is the simple layout of the study, and the contact and fumigation repellent bioassays were assessed by using the powder and also the extract. In the case of powder, 3 doses were used, and in the case of extract, 3 solvents were used to make the extract: ethanol, hexane and ethyl acetate extracts with 3 concentrations: 25, 50 and 75. So here is the methodology. Both formulations, the extract and the powder, was made according to the standard procedure mentioned here. Bioassay for the contact repellency of plant powder was conducted using the standard method adopted by Pereira and Karunaratne in 2015. There, the specific apparatus was used, which is called the modified cup bioassay, and 30 gram of undamaged sterilized rice was added to the small cup, which is mentioned as A. And there are holes made at the specific height of this cup. 200, 400 and 600 milligrams of each powder was mixed separately with the rice, and it was placed in a large container as shown in the figure as B. 20 adult rice weevils were introduced to the small cup, and it was covered by a muslin cloth to facilitate the air passage. At the same time, a control was prepared without adding powder, and the number of rice weevil escaped from the small container was counted within the specific time intervals. The fumigant repellent bioassay also conducted similar to the contact repellent bioassay. Only the difference is a similar modification was done to this apparatus, which was fitted a new cup to this C, which was named as D. This decap was used to add this powder in order to generate the vapor, and all the other procedures were similar to the contact repellent assay. The bioassay for the extract was conducted using the standard method, the filter paper impregnated method, as shown here. Under the data and calculation, the contact repellent bioassay for extracts were calculated using the equation, and also another equation was used for the contact and fumigation repellent bioassay for powder. The statistical analysis was done using the software package Minitab 19, and the test parameters were the repellency versus doses and exposure time to the powder, and the repellency versus concentration and time of exposure to extracts. The experimental model was the general linear model, and the means were separated using the two-case multiple comparison test with a probability level of 95%. When moving on to the results of the study, the figure 1 shows the overall contact repellent of the clove parts. The figure 2 shows overall fumigation repellent of the clove parts. In the contact repellent effect, bud, stem and leaf showed significant difference in the repellent activity. The highest repellent activity was shown by the bud powder, which was around 72.5, and the lowest effect was in the leaf powder, which was around 25.5. The moderate effect was shown by the stem powder, it was around 56.39. In the case of fumigation repellent effect, similar to the contact repellent effect, the bud showed the highest repellent effect, which was significantly different from the powders of the other two parts. It was around 43.8%. The leaf showed the lowest repellent effect, which was around 21.2, and the stem showed 26.48 moderate repellent effect. The overall contact repellent effect of extracts is shown in this graph. According to that, the bud was significantly different from the other two parts in the repellent activity. So, the bud showed 58.39 of highest repellent effect, while the stem and leaf showed 41.36 and 33.58% of repellent effect after 24 hours of exposure. So this graph shows the contact repellent activity of powders of different clove parts with the dose and also with the exposure time. With the dose and exposure time, there was an increase in the repellent effect. When we consider the different concentrations, the 600 mg concentration of bud showed the highest repellent effect, which was 93.33%. And the 600 mg of stem showed 81.67 of the repellent effect, but the leaf showed only 38.33% of repellent effect after 24 hours of exposure. And comparatively, the highest repellent effect was observed in the 600 mg of the bud powder. Even after 24 hours, the 200 mg of the bud powder showed more than 90% of the repellent effect. So, it was more significant that the bud and the stem of both 200 mg concentration had more than 70% of the repellent effect after 24 hours of exposure. In the case of fumigant repellent activity of powders with the time and the concentration, similarly, the clove bud showed the highest repellent effect with the time. And after 24 hours, 600 mg bud powder showed 73.33% of repellent effect, and leaf powder it was 38.33, and the stem powder it was only 48.33%. Here this graph shows the contact repellent activity of different extracts of clove parts with the dose even after 24 hours of treatment. In here we observed that the bud had the highest repellent effect in the ethanolic extract with a concentration of 75%, and in the case of stem it was 57.78, and in the leaf it was only 50% in the 75% concentration of the ethanolic extract. Among the other two extracts, hextrane extract showed the lowest repellent effect, but the ethyl acetate extract showed the moderate effect in all the three concentrations. This may be attributed to the high amount of eugenol, methyl eugenol and isoeugenol in ethanolic extract. At the same time, most of the natural aromatic compounds present in the clove bud, stem and leaves responsible for this high repellent effect. Finally, we can conclude that clove bud powder showed the highest efficacy in contact and fumigation repellent effect, which was responsible for 72.5% and 43.8% respectively. Clove stem powder had higher contact and fumigation repellent effect, 56.39 and 28.48% respectively, followed by clove buds. As an extract, 75% ethanolic extract of bud and stem showed the great efficacy in repelling rice weevil after 24 hours of treatment. Considering the repellent effect and higher commercial value of clove buds, underutilized clove stems could be recommended as effective, eco-friendly and safe alternative for successful control of rice weevil. And further studies are needed to identify active agents and mode of action of these compounds available in the different clove parts for the commercialization purpose. These are the references and acknowledgement. My research supervisor, Dr. W.S.M. Seneviratna, and the statistical analysis guidance, the Professor R.M.K.T. Ratnayaka, and all the lecturers and technical staff of Department of Food Science and Technology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka, and my family members. And thank you.
Thank you. And the paper is open for discussion now. Question from the audience? Okay, well, I'm wondering whether any flavor differences with the addition of this clove powder to the rice.
So in the contact repellent effect, when we contact with this powder, there wasn't any sensory problem, but in the fumigation, we eliminated that effect because it is not contacting with the rice. That's why I evaluated the fumigation effect, sir.
So, did you try in a simple way, right? Just without any processing of the cloves, right? Just putting maybe number of cloves, right, into a bag of rice. Suppose that that would be a experiment for you to check, because you just put 3 or 4 cloves for 1 kilogram of rice and cover it and see whether it can have any impact on the weevils. Right? You haven't tried that way, eh?
So there was a research on that regarding the whole clove bud, only bud, but we have evaluated the stem and leaves. That was
that's okay. In addition to that one, but without any processing involved, and it will be because the clove is actually expensive, right? And you have to process it, and more expensive. And I don't know whether how it is going to be cost effective when you use the powder and the fumigation when you try to control the weevil with this clove, right? How costly is it going to be, right? It is very interesting study. Okay, thank you very much. We can move on to the next one. And the last presentation is on the determination of antioxidant activity of aqueous extracts of dehydrated Bacopa mineri. And this paper, you can turn off your video, Mr. Bandara. Right, and this paper was has many authors like THS Danushka, DCK Ileperuma, KDP Gunathilak, CVL Jayasinghe, PWGNR Jayasekara, and the paper will be presented by THS Danushka. Can we have the video on, please? Hello, the management, please. We have one more paper in the session. Okay, it's coming. No sounds. No sounds there, please. Hello. Hello. Good evening. Oh, mama may conference in පාස්සේ කතා කරන්නද please?
Dr. Trikavala, this is Lahiru.
Yeah.
We are experiencing some technical difficulties with this presentation. Can we
Yeah.
kindly check if any of the authors of this paper are present? This is paper ID number 38.
Yes, I am there, Mr. Lahiru.
If you do have the presentation from your end, will you be able to share it?
Sure, let me try.
I'll make you a co-host.
Yeah, you have to share this. Sharing rights. Give the sharing rights. Dr. Vijayanagar.
Yes.
So what if she cannot do that?
So if she has access to the recorded presentation, she should be able to help us out here. Because the thing is, unfortunately, the copy that we have in hand, it doesn't have any voice. We are in the process of checking whether there's any other thing that we can do from our end, but I think it will be easiest if the authors can help us out here.
Can she do a live presentation then?
Yeah, that's fine with us as well, no problem.
Okay.
Whatever she is more comfortable, either sharing the presentation or doing the live presentation.
Yeah.
Sanduni, are you here with us? Okay, sir. I think it's going on.
I think it might have the same problem.
Sanduni, I think we still are experiencing the same problem.
Review of literature, materials and methods,
Okay.
discussion,
Yeah,
and recommendation. The plant is scientifically named as Bacopa moneri, and this plant belongs to family Scopluraceae. It is commonly named as water hyssop in English and Luluvilum in Sri Lanka. I know, now the plant is more familiar to you. As you can see in the photograph, it's a small creeping plant with oblong leaves, and each plant has 3 to 5 branches. Branches are 5 to 6 centimeters long, and we can clearly identify this plant from his white colored flower with 5 petals. When we're talking about the habitat of Bacopa moneri plant, it grows in wetlands with adequate water in damp and sandy or marshy areas, mainly in warm areas of the world, and countries such as India, Nepal, Sri Lanka. The plant is growing in wetlands in Sri Lanka, but the cultivation is limited and it is cultivated as a medicinal plant. We can prepare this plant as a salad or as a porridge, but the consumption has limited due to the strong taste unique to the plant and bitter aftertaste. But it is utilized in traditional medicine in a higher extent due to the functional properties of this plant. In traditional medicine, this plant is mostly prepared as a decoction. What does it mean by a decoction? Generally, preparing decoctions is a highly employed method of obtaining aqueous extracts from medicinal plants practiced for more than centuries in traditional medicine. It is defined as a known quantity of medicinal plant in a specified volume of water is heated in clay pots for a specified time until the original volume is brought down to 1/8. The main objective of this study is to evaluate the effect of extraction conditions on antioxidant capacity of the decoction. During my literature review, I found that this plant is not only a brain booster. I would say it's a panacea, which means a remedy for almost all the diseases in our body. It has proven significant antidepressant activity, anti-inflammatory activity, anti-ulcerative activity, antioxidant activity, anti-cancer activity, hepatoprotective activity. As I mentioned in the beginning, this plant is known as memory plant due to remarkable effect on cognition and memory. Also, it has reported to directly enhance memory, intellect, and learning ability. Also, significant hepatoprotective activities by using alcoholic extract and methanolic extract are reported during studies using this plant. Anti-inflammatory activity is reported using aqueous extracts. Anti-ulcerative activity is reported using fresh juice and aqueous extract. Significant anti-cancer activity has been reported using alcoholic extract of this plant. Significant both alcoholic and aqueous extracts of this. Antidepressant activity is reported using methanolic extracts of this plant. There are a wide range of bioactive compounds responsible for functional properties of Bacopa monnieri. Among them, saponins are the major compounds that are responsible for brain function and memory boosting. The most important saponins possessing bioactivity are bacosides. Bacosides are known as marker bioactive compounds responsible for memory and cognition. There are two types of bacosides named as bacoside A and bacoside B, which can be identified by the optical rotation. As there are a wide range of chemical compounds that have functional properties, there may be doubts in your mind, are there any side effects or toxicity in this plant? Well, it has proven the safety of pharmacological doses of isolated bacosides that had been tested by administering bacosides in a single and multiple doses daily for 4 weeks and found no adverse effects on the healthy adult male volunteers. And also the LD50 value of aqueous and alcoholic extract of Bacopa monnieri in rats was 1000 milligrams. With that, I think it's time to share what are the materials and methods I have used during my study. I have planned my study under 3 phases. Under first phase, determination of moisture content of fresh Bacopa monnieri, dehydration of Bacopa monnieri, determination of moisture content of dehydrated Bacopa monnieri was completed. Under phase 2, preparation of aqueous extract of Bacopa monnieri and calculating the dry yield of the extract was completed. Under phase 3, determination of the antioxidant capacity of the extract was completed. This is the method I have used to determine the moisture content of fresh and dehydrated Bacopa monnieri. The method was originally developed by Reed and Milota in 1999. Dehydration of Bacopa monnieri was conducted under the method developed by Silva in 2019. Partially dried samples were dehydrated at 50 Celsius for 12 hours in cabinet air dryers. The specialty of this study is the method of preparation of aqueous extract of Bacopa monnieri. The method is based on the practices of traditional medicine. The plant is cut into approximately 1 centimeter long pieces. The plant was weighed and mixed with distilled water and heated in a clay pot in a water bath maintained at 60 Celsius and stored under refrigeration conditions in glass bottles for further usage. pH radical scavenging assay was conducted as the method described, and the absorbance was measured at 517 nanometer using a UV spectrometer. Using power assay was conducted as the method described, and the absorbance of the reaction mixture was measured at 700 nanometers using UV visible spectrometer. Lipid peroxidation assay was conducted as the method described, and the absorbance of the supernatant was measured at 532 nanometers using UV visible spectrometer. Total antioxidant capacity study was conducted as the method described, and the absorbance of the reaction mixture was measured at 995 nanometers using UV visible spectrometer. The saponin content study was conducted under the method described, and the absorbance of the solution with color was measured at 556 nanometers using a UV visible spectrometer. Dry yield of the extract was calculated by using simple oven drying method. There may be questions in your mind about the method and the materials I have used, and I am ready to clarify most of them during my results and discussion session. Dehydration of Bacopa monnieri was done
because the short shelf life that caused by high moisture content and the mechanical damages due to succulent nature of this plant. Between dry herbal materials and water is maintained at 6 into 100 grams per milliliter for optimum extraction of water-soluble and heat-stable constituents and to attain therapeutically desired portions. In this study, 1 into 8 and 2 into 8 decoctions were used as treatment. The water baths are maintained at 60 Celsius. When comparing the time taken for reduction of the volume, 8 into 1 decoction took additional 45 minutes to reduce the volume. Due to the complex nature of phytochemicals, different antioxidant capacity assays were used to compare the antioxidant capacity. The results can summarize that the antioxidant capacity is higher in 8 into 1 decoction. With comparing all the results, even though twofold concentration is expected between 18 to 1 and 18 to 2 extract, the increase of the antioxidant capacity was less than the expectation. When comparing dry yield of the 2 extract, 18 to 1 extract resulted in 15% more yield than that in 18 to 2. Finally, the study can be concluded as even though its extraction in 18 to 1 resulted in higher antioxidant capacities and more yield than extraction in 18 to 2, considering energy efficiency, extraction of dehydrated Bacopa monnieri in 18 to 2 could be recommended for spray drying followed by microencapsulation for manufacturing nutraceuticals or any other similar application. These are the key references I have used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dashunka. Now we have actually maybe 1 or 2 questions because we are already late now from the audience. Those who are in the same field, maybe Dr. Virat Kodi may be interested in this study.
Ambini, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes. How about the taste of
yes, madam, there's a strong bitter taste in the extract and the dehydrated powder actually. That's why we are suggesting that if it is better, we can use that after microencapsulation, and we can use it for some kind of a nutraceutical or like a function, incorporating it as a functional food item.
Significantly different, significantly higher, 8 into 1 or 8 into 2?
When comparing the total antioxidant capacity, there's no significant difference. But in some assays like DPPH radical scavenging, and likewise, there are some significant difference. In 18 to 1 has higher antioxidant capacity compared to 18 to 2.
Therefore, your conclusion, even for any other decoctions, 8 to 1 is better than 18 to 2.
Yes, madam. The intention of the study was to see the traditional medicinal practices can be scientifically prove that the 18 to 1 has higher antioxidant capacity.
What could be the reason?
I think, madam, that they are doing so many trial and error and trial method during the about 100 years. So they have found, I think they have found by trial and error the best way is 18 to 1.
Maybe the
They are practicing it for 100 years now.
Maybe the
So you only check the antioxidant activities of this plant, right? Not the other properties.
Sir, I didn't get it.
You only checked the antioxidant properties, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, right. Thank you very much. And we have come to the end of this session. And thank you so much for all the presenters. And let me wrap up the session with a brief summary. There were 11 papers presented and the papers presented were in diverse areas of research within the broad category of agriculture, such as soil fertility, agronomy, pest and disease control, and food science, and touching some hot issues, hot current issues actually. So there were a few papers which looked at the soil fertility levels in relation to application of organic fertilizer. So among them, I hope that the study on dynamic of macronutrients with the application of organic fertilizer will continue. Also, the types of studies conducted on carbon mapping are timely and should be extended to other locations as well. And there were a couple of studies on micronutrients as well, where the application of silicons and their benefits. And then there were two studies on pest control. The one that uses clove in controlling rice weevil, it is very interesting. However, since I am an economist, I think we should look into the cost effectiveness of the control measures. And among the studies on food science, the study on pumping seeds is very interesting, because now we know that these seeds have a good economic value, even though we have used to remove them as a waste, right? One final remarks, just for the benefit of the authors. I found that in some of the studies, right, even though they have selected the correct experimental design, there were shortcomings in method of analysis as well as the presentation of results. So if those papers are going to be published in journal articles, then we have to look into that, right? And all in all, we had a very fruitful session. I hope this research finding indeed add value to the literature. I would like to thank the presenters and the contributors of the papers. And I understand that almost all the papers presented are just passed out students, and their bold decision to record their presentation and make them available for wider audience is commendable. And my congratulations to all of them. I also thank the audience for their active participation during the session. And finally, I thank all the organizers for their excellent work in organizing this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jikavala.